Greg, what are some
People
some
that
of your?
died.
I'm saying, what are your memories of Oscar?
Well, just the movies themselves and the awards and the red carpet. When you see some of the stars walking down the red carpet and you wonder to yourself, well, why aren't they walking in the costumes from their characters, which is what I was always interested in.
Yeah. Greg, tell me what you think is going to happen tonight. What are some of your predictions for Oscar?
Well, the first prediction is it's going to be great. This was a great year for movies. 2012 is sort of a banner year. And when you have a year like that, it's hard to choose just one Best Picture, but that's what they're going to have to do this year. I think this year it's going to be sort of a dramatic year. The ratings for the Oscars have been very bad the last few years. To sort of boost the ratings, they did something a little bit unprecedented, which is they didn't nominate The Hobbit for any awards, even though they know in their hearts that The Hobbit will be the write-in favorite. So you're going to see some drama when they announce all the nominees for Best Picture. They don't announce The Hobbit. They open the envelope, and The Hobbit will have won through the write-in vote. That's only happened once before in Oscar history with Chariots of Fire in 1983. It's going to happen again tonight, I predicted. I also predict 8 Oscars in total for The Hobbit.
All right, a big prediction. Oscar prediction from Gregg Turkington here is predicting 8 Oscars for Hobbit. They will say goodbye to James Bond.
Disagree. Skyfall, which is another possibility for winning a lot of Oscars, was the most successful Bond movie to date. And I believe that you're going to see a new schedule, maybe 2 Bond movies a year from here on out.
You have Amy Adams.
Never heard of her.
You know.
Sally Field is the clear pick. Oscar is a sentimental beast, and when you have somebody like Sally Field who's been around and done so much great work and who has never won an Oscar, sometimes they'll reward them not so much for their current film but for the past. In this case, I think Sally Field is due for an Oscar. I think she's going to win this Oscar. No, that was a Golden Globe. She's going to win the Oscar this year for this picture here. John Goodman was fantastic in Flight, and I'm an Oscar booster, but sometimes they get it wrong, and I think they got it wrong this time. Fortunately, this year they do have the write-in ballot available. As much as I love John Goodman in Flight, I think that the winner is going to be Sir Ian McKellen for The Hobbit, which was one of the best films of the year, in my opinion. And to play a character like the character he played is very tough. These are not realistic, regular, everyday life characters. These are fantastical characters. So you got to give it a little bit extra, and I think he did, and I think it's going to win the Oscar for him.
Okay, well, again, he's not nominated at the moment, but you're predicting a write-in campaign, some kind of write-in campaign for Ian McKellen for The Hobbit, okay, for playing Gandalf. Okay.
Gandalf's a classic character, and the rest of them aren't, so it's obvious.
For Best Actress, this is a category that's sparked a lot of debate between you and I. It should be interesting to see who wins. Jessica Chastain from the Bin Laden 9/11 movie, Bin Laden movie, which I can't remember the name of, and Jennifer Lawrence is a nobody. Emmanuel.
They're all.
Reba Quinj.
The only one anyone knows is Naomi Watts. This is not her year. I think Cate Blanchett for The Hobbit is going to get the popular vote, the write-in vote. A lot of the voters didn't get to see The Hobbit until this last week, and now that they've seen it, they know what they like, and it's going to be Cate Blanchett. I bet you $5 for The Hobbit. It's one of the 8 awards that The Hobbit will win.
Ice. Bradley for Best Actor, we have Bradley Cooper, starring with as well as Daniel Day-Lewis, Hugh Jackman, and Denzel Washington, which I thought he was fantastic in Flight. Again, I feel like there's some people missing off that list.
Well, sir, Ian McKellen was nominated, or he wasn't nominated. He should have been nominated for Best Supporting Actor, but oh well, Martin Freeman. There you go.
So Martin Freeman should have been nominated.
Or see, Sir Ian Gandalf's a big character, so I say nominate them both. He will win.
Well, I think you're crazy, because I think the winner of this award should be Tom Cruise for Jack Reacher. Was my favorite movie of the year.
He's got a few Oscars in his closet already. I don't think they need to give him another one. Tim Freeman for The Hobbit.
Tim Freeman? I think
this guy right there.
Martin Freeman, who played Bilbo Baggins. All right, well, maybe the champagne's getting to your head. Can I get more champagne if I'm not going to be able to get ice? Finally, or not finally, we've got the Best Director category. You've got Michael Haneke, Bethen Zaitan, Ang Lee, Steven Spielberg, which is spelled wrong, by the way. Steven Spielberg spelled with a V, S-T-E-V-E-N.
It's E before I.
Yeah. No, that's right. This is wrong. That's to be V, S-T-E-V-E-N. And whoever did that is a bullshit artist and shouldn't be working on this show.
This is another red herring. Obviously, Peter Jackson for The Hobbit is going to be the write-in favorite. These two guys no one's heard of. Ang Lee they're not going to give the Oscar to a woman. Their Oscars is a...
All right, 5 minutes to go before... What time is it? 5 minutes before the Oscars?
See if Hillary Clinton will be president before a woman's going to get the Oscar. Spielberg has done great work, but he's a science fiction director. He's not going to win for something like Lincoln. So it's going to be my man Peter Jackson, who has a couple Oscars in on his mantle already, and he's going to have 2 more tonight for producer and director for The Hobbit.
All right, well, let's talk about the Best Picture, because that's why everybody watches the Oscar. They don't watch it for the host and all this sort of all the trimmings that go around it. They want to see what was the best movie of the year. Now, they did this recently where they actually added more movies to the list. So you have this enormous list. You've got a movie called Amour, Argo, Beast of the Southern Wild, Django Unchained, I don't know, Les Miserables, Life of Pi, Lincoln, Silver Linings Playbook. You see the list. There's too many. It's almost like they put every movie that came out there except for Jack Reacher
and The Hobbit.
And The Hobbit. So why, I wonder? Where's the conspiracy there? I don't know. But you have to ask yourself, why wouldn't great movies be on there, and these movies that no one's ever heard of, like Armour and Beast of the Southern Wild? Why are those movies on there, and other movies that we voted for are not? Well, I think we know why, because I think Greg is right. I think it is a write-in campaign.
It's called ratings, and when you have something like the Super Bowl or the Oscars, you've got to increase the ratings. As movie buffs, we're willing to put up with a lot, including this sort of rigged ceremony where we already know that The Hobbit is going to win, but you have to go through this fake out where they have all these movies that were nominated that would never win. And that's fine. At the end of the day, Ian McClellan, Peter Jackson, and the rest will walk down the aisle and slap each other on the back and say, "Job well done." I was very disappointed when we saw the nominations initially and The Hobbit wasn't included, and then I said, hold on here, Oscar's got a trick up his sleeve, and what you see is not what you get when it comes to the Oscars. In fact, the winning film will be The Hobbit, and as it should be. And so fasten your seatbelt, pop some popcorn. You guys are going to be in for quite an Oscar ride tonight. If you love movies, if you consider the cinema to be your church, the Oscar ceremony is Christmas Day, and we're going to see a lot of presents given out. By presents, I mean statues, and given out to those who deserve them. Folks like Ian McClellan, Peter Jackson, and the rest of the Hobbit team. So get ready if you're a betting man, place some money on the Hobbit, and get ready to reap your rewards.
4 minutes to go before Oscar.
I have put together sort of a little impromptu segment tonight talking about some of the past Oscar glories. I brought from my collection some of the films that have won in the past. And you don't have to be a millionaire to build a great Oscar collection. A lot of these films are available very cheaply. West Side Story, which won in 1961. You can see the Oscar, if you zoom in, you can see the Oscar statue on the box itself. Won Best Picture in 1961.
I can't handle it.
And My Fair Lady is another one, which also won.
And I'm actually starting to.
And The Sound of Music. I picked up these films, which form sort of the backbone of my Oscar display at home, very cheaply. And that's one of the nice things about DVDs.
Let's go check out the red carpet and see what's happening on the red carpet. So let's cut to the Oscars.
I'd like to see more scenes from the actual movies. There's people out there, because of the economy or for whatever reason, they haven't seen all these films, and the only way they can really choose who to root for is to see the clips and to sort of get a feel for what was nominated.
Life of Pi.
It's not going to win. Good film, but to win an Oscar, you have to have sort of a classic, timeless feel, and this film's a little weird, so it's a little bit current. This is a weird period that we're living in. If you are a captain of a ship, probably the award you'd want to get is Captain of the Year. If you're an actor, the Academy Award is the top award, and Candy Clark was nominated for it. She didn't win, but she came close, and that's why it was kind of exciting to talk to her, get to know her.
Talk about one of your favorite Oscar memories.
Was Mr. Tom Hanks winning 2 years in a row. He won for Forrest Gump, and the next year he won for Philadelphia. Tom Hanks is one of my favorite actors. He's made some movies that weren't recognized, that weren't nominated, and I love those too. So I guess a tip of the hat to Mr. Tom Hanks, an Oscar legend. He could play a sort of an older character at this point because he is aging. I always thought it'd be interesting if you showed the Oscars in a movie theater. If people could go to their local movie theater and watch the Oscars in the theater, because seeing it on TV doesn't make sense. Movies are very different from TV, and I believe that you should present the winner for the Best Picture in a movie theater where it all takes place. Well, there is a Best Song category, and I do believe that it's important to honor that category and give the Oscar for Best Song, but I do think it's a little strange, not to be critical, but I do think it's a bit strange that they would devote so much time to these songs when really people are tuning into the Oscars to see movies, and that's what it's all about.
It was neat seeing John Travolta, though.
It was, and strangely enough, this is a bit of movie trivia for any trivia heads out there who are tuning in tonight, and I consider myself to be one. Travolta's never won the Oscar, and that's an oversight. When you look at his catalog of movies that he's made, and I happen to own most of them, I think that Travolta should have at least 3 or 4 Oscars under his belt. He has 0. And that's an oversight, and hopefully will be corrected in the coming years because there's still a lot of gas in that tank. John Travolta is a movie legend.
What's your favorite John Travolta movie?
I would say Grease. I'm pretty into Grease. In fact, I also love Grease 2, which didn't win any Oscars, but which I believe is up to the same level of quality as Grease 1.
What about, what's the name of that John Travolta movie where he was... Baby.
Primary Colors. Oh, no. Look Who's Talking. That wasn't the type of movie that generally wins Oscars. It was fun. It was a popcorn movie.
He was like a monster there.
And that was Battlefield Earth. If you like So Good It's Bad, watch this movie. It's kind of fun. If you've ever seen Showgirls or the Rocky Horror Picture Show, and it's something to watch with friends. Yeah. Maybe have a couple of drinks, a champagne or a beer or whatever, and watch these movies. Because John Travolta, he's made some great movies. I think he's got a 90% success rate, but every actor, no matter how good they are, even Bogey and Bacall made a couple of clunkers, and Battlefield Earth was John Travolta's Waterloo. One of the actors that never won an Oscar, but probably should have was Mr. Kirk Douglas. And I've always been a big fan of Kirk Douglas, and I tend to like more action-type movies or sci-fi and that sort of thing, but there's a humanity that Kirk Douglas brings to the screen that I feel it's time for him to get rewarded with an Oscar. He may not be in any condition physically to do a new film, but they do sometimes award Lifetime Achievement Oscars. And if anyone out there from Oscar is listening, and we suspect they are, I would recommend highly that you give this year's Lifetime Achievement Award to Mr. Kirk Douglas. Well, Skyfall for Best Sound to me makes a lot of sense. It's not often that Bond movies win Oscars, but it should be, because this is one of the most successful franchises of the last 50 years. And I do think there'll come a point, especially in today's climate, where people really like series. You had the Harry Potter series, you had the Lord of the Rings and the Hobbit. I think it's about time that Oscar honors Mr. James Bond. Whether or not he'll win an Oscar tonight for Best Picture, only the fortune tellers can say. But I do believe that he's on the road to that by winning the Best Sound tonight. And if you've ever seen a Bond picture, you know that the theme songs are always exciting. I remember seeing Duran Duran, remember the old, from the 1980s, doing the theme song to one of those films and really getting a kick out of it. And I think you'll see a lot from James Bond in the future as far as Oscar is concerned. Roger Moore, one of the great James Bonds. For Your Eyes Only. Speaking of For Your Eyes Only, I wanted to mention right now that the firm of Price Waterhouse Coopers is in charge of keeping the Oscar secrets, and that's a big task because the Oscars come in opaque envelopes, and anybody could find out what the winner is unless you had it in the hands of a security firm like Price Waterhouse Coopers, who make sure that it's a top secret until the final moment when we learn the best picture of the year. This year, I do believe there's going to be an upset, and that's going to be exciting. So do keep tuning in and watch the surprise upset of The Hobbit. Mr. Peter Jackson is set to win Best Director in about 10 minutes, followed by Best Picture, The Hobbit. Jackson won about 10 years ago with The Lord of the Rings. He's going to win tonight with The Hobbit, and it's going to be another crown on his head. We're about to have some congratulations to Peter Jackson, who has won in the past and will win in the future. Tim, I don't know if you realize this, but there are 2 more Hobbit movies on the horizon.
Yes.
And that's good news for film buffs like myself. I don't know when they're coming out, but I can guarantee you that it will be a date to mark on your calendar if you're a Hobbit freak.
Anne Hathaway gave a good speech.
She did. You know, it's always a treat to hear the speeches that these people have worked so hard on writing. I've always thought it would be interesting to hear the speeches that people wrote who didn't win, because you know they had those ready too, and they'll never be heard. And that's kind of a sad thing. One question I've always had is, why can't the Oscars be twice a year? There's enough movies that come out. There would be no problem with having July Oscars and a February Oscars, and that way more films get Best Picture, and that really helps everybody out. Makes it easier to know what to see when you go into your video shop and you see a little Oscar statuette on the box. 10 starring Bo Derek and Dudley Moore. It's not often you have a movie named after a number, but they did in 1979 with the movie 10. It was a great movie. It was a comedy, had a little bit of a sensual side as well, had some classical music, and had
coffee?
The debut of Bo Derek, who became an icon.
Percolator in my house. Just get a coffee. Regular coffee, just black coffee.
We got some big awards coming up. Still, Best Director. Quentin Tarantino's a great director. Some of his films are a little violent, and in the wake of some of the violence that has happened in this country, it's a little controversial to give him the Best Director award, but the Academy decided that it's all about the movies and not about what's going on outside of the theater. And when I go to see the movies, I like to turn my phone off and sort of clear my head and order an extra large tub of popcorn, because then you get the free refills, and just concentrate on the movie.
Right.
And I think that the Oscar voters should be commended. We tip our hats to you for voting for Quentin Tarantino for Best Director, even with some of the violence in the world today.
I would like to pitch Quentin Tarantino my fishing story from yesterday. Argo won for Best Picture, and it is the Best Picture, according to Oscar. Greg?
I guess we'll remember 2013 is the year Oscar jumped the shark. Because if you look at what the critics said, and what the fans said, and what fellow actors and directors said, The Hobbit was the Best Picture of 2012. Sort of reminds me of back in 1977, when a little film called Star Wars that opened all of our imaginations also lost. And it just goes to show that sometimes they get it wrong. We still respect you, Oscar. We will still tune in. We'll never forget some of the decisions you got right, but you screwed it up this year. Argo was not the Best Picture. A lot of people didn't even see it. A lot of people don't want to see it. And The Hobbit was the Best Picture.
Greg, I want to shoot back to you, and let's talk about your predictions for Oscar this year.
Yeah, this is going to be the year that Hobbit 2 surprises everyone. To people that are real movie buffs, movie experts, it's not a surprise. This was the best movie of the year. To people who don't follow the Oscars very carefully, don't understand how the process works, what the rules are, they might be surprised that a movie that isn't nominated for Best Picture, technically, would win Best Picture. That's due to the fact that people don't understand those nominations are simply suggestions. When they go into the ballot box on Oscar day and vote, you fill in a blank space, the movie that you want to win. You're given the suggestions of what might be the Best Picture. You can pick from that, or you can pick something that's in your heart. And I think we're going to find, based on the response that Hobbit 2 got in the box office, and also critically, that that's going to be the movie folks are going to go for. And I think you're going to see a sweep, not just with Best Picture, but Best Actor, Actress, and a lot of the other categories, the smaller categories, Director, makeup, that kind of thing, too.
Right, okay.
It's going to be a fun night.
Greg, let's go through some of the, you were talking about your predictions, it's a Hobbit sweep, but is there anybody that's not on the Hobbit list that you think is going to win?
I think, well, there's two screenplay categories. Anyone that knows anything about movies knows that. You have the Best Original Screenplay and the Best Adapted Screenplay. Of course, The Hobbit was adapted from the books by J.R. Tolkien. Best Original Screenplay can't go to The Hobbit. It's already getting a Screenplay Award. So I believe this year it's going to go to The Lone Ranger, which was Tim Burton, Johnny Depp. I thought a really fine movie that got overlooked in all the excitement over some of the other movies. And I feel that while Johnny Depp probably won't win Best Actor this year, the movie itself will win for Best Original Screenplay. Oh, we've had one miss, an Oscar miss. Hashtag Oscar miss if you're on Twitter.
Or hashtag Oscars, hashtag on cinema Oscars is the trick to keep in touch with us.
I got to say, Jared Leto, if he was playing Jesus Christ in a revival of Jesus Christ Superstar, that's maybe the look for that. But for winning an Oscar, I think we would have liked to have seen Ian McKellen for The Hobbit 2.
They are already amassing troops where they said they weren't going to be doing that. And I think it's going to be coming a lot quicker than what I said earlier. My prediction, I have to adjust my prediction, is that we are done for in probably by the end of the week.
And that's usually when, in these times of strife, when you get more comedy films, people want to rent comedies, go to the movies and see comedies, because that's what movies are, is escapism. When you have a war impending or a drinking problem or something like that, that's the best thing to do, is to watch a good comedy movie.
Remember the old days? We have to always remember that there were movies before Forrest Gump and the rest of those that had done one Oscar. So, for example, Wings won.
And I've seen this movie several times. This was the first movie to win the Oscar. Back in those days, it was harder to win an Oscar.
It's not the TV show Wings.
Harder to...
Starring W.C., wasn't it? Star Peter Weber.
Peter Weber! Back in those days, they had to rely, they didn't have CGI, they didn't have special effects you'd see in a Die Hard movie, explosions, gun battles, and things like that. So they had to rely on different sorts of tools, and that's what makes Wings an interesting movie.
The next movie we want to talk on Memory Lane, Oscar Memory Lane. It's Broadway Melody. That won second year in a row. It was the second movie to win Oscar. And Greg, what's your favorite scene in that movie?
Well, I mean, that had some music. That was sort of more of a musical type of thing. That's not my bag. I did think it had some interesting dramatic scenes. It didn't have a lot of shoot 'em up type things. That was later that kind of came into vogue. And of course, in these days, the movies were black and white, so they didn't have the whole palette of colors to try to mask sort of the shortcomings.
All right, welcome back to the Oscars. Greg's going to read a post that he had we had put on Facebook a couple months ago.
Well, it's based on that, but it's its own segment. It's called When Oscar Got It Wrong.
It's word for word the same segment. Good luck.
I've changed it a bit. So, When Oscar Got It Wrong.
Can you get a towel?
The Academy Awards has been the major award for movies since its inception. But behind all the glitz and glamour, sometimes they've gotten it wrong and chose the wrong movie. This presentation is a look at Oscar's biggest mistakes through the years, the Oscar snubs that we will never forget.
Keep going.
1939, The Wizard of Oz was nominated but did not win Best Picture. Since then, it has gone on to become one of the biggest classics of all time. Nothing against 1998's Shakespeare in Love, but why should that movie have the coveted Best Picture Oscar when The Wizard's mantelpiece remains empty? 1981, Chariots of Fire wins Best Picture. I agree that it was deserving, but feel 1981 should have been the year of the rare Oscar tie, and that the statue should have gone to two films, both Chariots of Fire and Raiders of the Lost Ark. History has shown them both to be eternal classics. Oscar needs to have more ties in general.
Skip the last paragraph.
1990, The Godfather 3. Let's face it, it would have been cool if The Godfather 3 could break an Oscar record by joining The Godfather and Godfather 2 as the only time that a series has won three Oscars. Instead, a little movie called Dances with Wolves put Kevin Costner on the map. 2012, The Hobbit breaks all box office records and is an audience favorite, yet it is not nominated at all. Meanwhile, unseen movies like Beasts of the Southern Wild are. And then, to add insult to injury, Argo wins, not The Hobbit.
No, it was not
Let's
Argo.
face it, Oscar, you have become... Let me just finish this. Let's face it, Oscar,
Fargo won that year.
You have become out of touch.
The movie was called Fargo, not Argo.
No, that was a different movie. 2013, The Hobbit 2 was even better than the first.
Charlie?
But in what is being heralded as Oscar's biggest
was
mistake.
it called Fargo?
It was Fargo, my good chap.
No, not in 2012. It was Argo. So I'm afraid that you guys are wrong. In what is being heralded as Oscar's biggest mistake, The Hobbit 2 is left off the list once again. Fortunately, Oscar nominations are essentially suggestions for the voters and are not binding. It remains to be seen if The Hobbit 2 will win anyway, but odds are good.
Next, thank you very much,
It was
Greg.
a great movie, and Destiny will make it one of the all-time classics of our generation.
Thank you very much.
Wait, I'm almost done. Oscar, here's your chance to right your wrongs, to make up for some of the historic flubs of the past. Will you get it right?
Greg, you had an Oscar fantasy that you put together?
Yeah. I mean, it's not really...
Do you want to do the show or not? My question is, do you want to do the show or not?
It's not really a fantasy. It's more a premonition of what's going to happen a little bit later.
Roll it.
And the Oscar goes to...
Peter Jackson for The Hobbit 2, The Desolation of Smaug. Congratulations, Peter Jackson.
I just want to thank all of the Hobbit heads that have stuck by me through this project. Thank you. And I also must thank Hollywood's #1 film buff, Gregg Turkington. Thank you, Gregg. You will always be the #1 Hobbit head in my book. Thank you so much. See you all next year when The Hobbit 3 wins the Oscar award.
And I think that in a lot of ways, Oscar screwed up this year. Greg, who do you think is going to take home the big prize? I'm talking about Best Picture.
Well, you know, it's not what I think, it's what I know. I actually have some friends, some sources on the inside. And this year was very strange. Throughout the history of Oscar, there's always been 10 Best Picture nominations. This year, there were only 8. People were scratching their heads, wondering what that was about. In fact, it was very calculated, like all things Oscar. In fact, there are 10 nominations all along.
All right.
Some of them weren't announced to the public, but they were announced to the voters, and that's all that matters. In addition to the 8 familiar titles that you're all wondering about and hoping will win or won't win, 2 other titles are also on the ballot this year, Annie and The Hobbit 3. I have it from a reliable source that the voting is in, and based on an informal exit poll, The Hobbit received somewhere between 53 and 59% of the votes. Annie received somewhere between 11 and 15%. The rest of the movies were all in the 2 to 5% zone. None of them have a chance. Based on those projections, I think it's obvious that The Hobbit 3 is finally going to walk home with Oscar gold. And it's not a big surprise to those who are movie buffs, to the general public. They're going to be scratching their heads, but guys like us, we know exactly what Oscar's about, and it's about rewarding Peter Jackson and The Hobbit for what has been the greatest trilogy of all time. It's just that there's only 10 movies a year that they can nominate for Oscar. To me, that's the Oscar flaw. I believe that the Oscars should switch to being a monthly award ceremony.
Yeah.
People would watch it,
Let's
people
go to,
love the ceremony, and then movies like that would get rewarded for what they're doing.
Okay. Before we go to the next bit, I wanted to get your J.K. Simmons one, and I want to get your perspective on that, and that the first part of the Oscars that we missed.
You know, there's been a trend in recent years on the Oscars of trying to turn it into the Grammys. I feel that we don't need movies about music winning awards. I feel we don't need segments like the thing where the guy from Maroon 5 is performing music right after he gave an award.
Taste.
I mean, Whiplash is a great movie. It's a concert movie, really. It's not something that should be getting awards. I think we need to get back to movies about characters that people care about and not just long drum solos and guitar solos. And it's like watching a Woodstock movie, and that shouldn't have won an Oscar either.
Do you think, now I hate to think of worst case scenarios, but in terms of there being an attack on the Oscars tonight, that is the worst case scenario tonight, don't you think? Because there's been a lot of talk about ISIS and Charlie Hebdo and these bad terrorists who come out of the woodwork and rain terror on some of our greatest institutions. If they were to attack tonight, would it completely upset the Oscars? Or would it, I mean, obviously it would if you had bombs and shootings and things at the Oscars. I think that would be awful.
Well, it would change the movies that we saw in the future, because a lot of the writers and directors of some of the series that have been popular would be gone, so you'd have to start from scratch. I don't know if the Bond people are at the Oscars tonight. They might be spared. In a way, it would sort of be a blessing in disguise for them. By never getting nominated for an Oscar, they would be spared from the terrorism.
I'm trying to word this the right way. If you were a part of the enemy, if you were an ISIS combatant, and you were able to sneak into the Academy Awards, who would you go after first?
I have to wait till the Oscars are over and see if anybody defeats The Hobbit. I mean, if somebody defeats The Hobbit, they would definitely be at the top of the list, because it's just unfair when you have a movie that's critically acclaimed, that's commercially acclaimed, for it to get shut out. And I already felt that Sir Ian not getting the Best Supporting Actor award was a slap in the face to all that is good about the movies.
Well, word of warning, let no one mess with our Oscars. And they hopefully they have the security to prevent such a horrible attack to happen.
Well, as you saw in my segment, they do have good security there, and I think that we can sleep well tonight knowing that.
I don't know how to turn this Nokia junk off.
Just here, I'll put it in the popcorn. You put it in the...
Oh, the fronts.
The fronts. You just put it in there, and that will absorb the sound.
Okay. I still hear it. It seems like it's gotten louder. All right, Greg, I want to check in on the Oscars, because we haven't really been talking about the Oscars too much. Now, I've noticed that people are not, that we don't have a lot of Hobbit wins yet. So how are you feeling about everything? Do you feel like The Hobbit is still in the race? I mean, what happens to you? Let's say worst case scenario, The Hobbit doesn't win. Where does that put you?
Well, I mean, I already got the information ahead of time that it will win, so I'm not worried about that. But I don't know about some of the smaller categories. We've lost a few of those that I expected we would win. Those aren't as important. I would have liked to have seen, the best actor, supporting actor, and some of these other categories. The good news is that should the worst happen, should the nightmare come true.
I can still hear that damn phone. I can't get it. I can't find it now. Here it is.
Put
Could
it
be her.
in the fridge in the other room, then we won't hear it at all. Or just
Hello? Is this Ayaka? Hello? Ayaka?
Hey.
Oh, shit.
No. Hey, what's
Okay,
up?
get this out of the studio.
Yeah, just put it in the freezer or something and close the door because
somebody take this.
the inside of a fridge is childproof. That's why kids
right.
die in them every year in landfills and things because
Talk
you
to
can't
me
hear
about
them scream.
what happens if Hobbit doesn't win.
Well, I was worried about even if The Hobbit did win, which it will. I was getting a little bit of a Hobbit hangover, as I like to call it. Thinking about a world without more Hobbit movies. And, they already have 3, and really, if you know the book, you know that they've used up every possible scenario from the book. And then I found out about this new book, which honestly is kind of a godsend to us Hobbit heads. It's called the Silmarillion. Silmarillion, and it's Tolkien's companion piece to The Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit. This is a very interesting book. It's not as well known. I actually went ahead and got a copy for you, Tim, so that you could brush up on this.
Hey, how do you like that?
I have it under pretty good authority that Peter Jackson is familiar with this book and is currently preparing not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, but over 100 separate movies based on the characters in the Silmarillion. Now, if you look at this chart here, I don't know if we can get a close-up on this. Tim, if you turn to page... Well, these pages aren't numbered because it's J.R. Tolkien and he does things his own way. But if you look at the chart here, it shows all the different characters that are introduced. These are new characters. We all love Bilbo Baggins, but do you know Elwing, Elrond, Elros, Maglin, Finrod, Finarfin, Irwin, Agnor, Galadriel, Hurin, Baragond, Belegond, Gregor.
In other words, this is a
blueprint for all the movies.
Draft of a script.
All of these characters will get their own movie over the next 50 years. And it maybe as often as a movie every 3 months because there's that many characters. And each character has a story to tell. Just as Bilbo had a story to tell, so does Halmir, so does Handir, so does Irindil, so does Turin, so does Gundor, so
I'm
does
reading this right now for
Kendai.
the first time. I never read this book before in my life.
The point is just that there's a lot of stories that were untold and that I felt that we were deprived of more Hobbit, but now I'm learning that, in fact, it's anything but that. I make a movie prediction right now, right tonight. You are going to see between 50 and 150 new Peter Jackson, J.R.R. Tolkien movies over the next 30 or 40 years. And these movies are going to break all box office records. As much as I love James Bond, I think these are going to finally pass James Bond as the most successful franchise in movie history. And I do hope that everyone will get online, purchase the Silmarillion, tweet at me about it. I can answer any questions you have, and look forward to the new era of motion pictures. Peter Jackson, J.R.R. Tolkien teaming up again to present the story of characters like Thuringwethel and Angband in the coming century.
Well, there you have it, folks. That's the game. That's the whole show. Oscar went to Birdman, a movie that was not as good as the 1,000 movies that came out this year.
No, it wasn't.
What do you think, Greg? Were you surprised in that one?
Yeah, I was surprised.
Let's talk about, Greg, this is why you're here. I want to find out, who do you think is going to take the big prize today? I mean, we're not going to get into the minutia of who's going to win every single award. We all agree that there's going to be a write-in vote.
Yeah.
And the write-in vote
Ant-Man.
is, okay, is that your pick?
That's definitely my pick. It was the best film of the year. It was
one of the biggest grossing films of all
Coincidentally,
time.
he's in Ant-Man, so
It's one of the biggest grossing films of all time, and it just as you might say, it crapped all over the competition. It was very, very popular. I saw it several times, and many other people did the same thing. It's one thing to get people to come to see your movie once. When people go 5, 6, 10 times, that's when the numbers start going up, and that's what Oscar looks at. They've traditionally always bowed down to the box office numbers, and Ant-Man had them.
Thank you for that. So we're gonna have a Twitter poll up on my website, up on my Twitter account, that we can all vote now. Who's going to get the write-in vote? It's going to be either, you think it's going to be Ant-Man.
It's Ant-Man or Decker versus Dracula.
Well, that's not a movie, so.
Well, it's a movie in that, as we originally intended it and scripted it, it was movie length. You aborted part of it.
All right, fine.
But as a write-in, we're not subject to the same rules and regulations as for a movie that's officially nominated.
I don't know why I have him on.
So I think it's people love Decker versus Dracula.
Let me ask you a question just while we're on the subject. Who owned 16? Who owned 15? Who owned 2015 at the movies?
This isn't going to be a controversial answer. It's going to be one that you hear year after year. I think it was Johnny Depp. Which is why I'm really excited that he might be coming in, because I'd love to talk to him.
What's that about? Where's that? Give me your analysis there, your background.
He made 2 movies that I think were among the top 5 of the year: The Black Mask with Tim Burton, and Mort Desai, also with Tim Burton. And I'd have to check to see if these were nominated for many awards this year. But regardless, in terms of box office and influence and fan excitement, these were among the top films of the year.
Nobody comes close.
Ant-Man comes close, but you know, Johnny Depp's in a league of his own, and I would love to have him walk our little red carpet here and
why wasn't Star Wars in that Best Picture thing? Why people didn't talk about that?
I think, from what I'm hearing from my sources, people didn't like working with George Lucas. He has I guess he's just not a nice guy to be around, and so you've got people in the industry.
This was a big comeback,
and it's a great movie, but there's a lot of people that work on the film who are voting.
So
everybody, that's the thing. Everyone who works on a film votes in the Oscars, and when you're doing things like being a cheapskate with the catering and stuff like that, people don't want to vote for you.
That's the thing, is because a lot of times, sometimes if you're a Hollywood bad boy like Johnny Depp or George Lucas, you make enemies left and right because you do the things that you want to do. Oscar edition, popcorn classic, real quick.
Yeah, you know, there's a lot of films, for whatever reason, that are great films and Oscar-worthy films that get neglected by the Academy. Every year there are hundreds like this. And sometimes, as time goes on, they slip through the cracks. This one is one of them. It's Christian Slater in Cuffs from 1991. 1 hour, 42 minutes. I gotta say, this is a funny movie. Bruce Boxleitner. Yeah, I liked this one. Anyway, if you have a chance to see Cuffs, I recommend it.
Let's keep our eye on how many of those we do.
I think they should have monthly Oscars, because every month in America alone, 3,000 movies come out, right? And if you do, and people love watching the Oscars. It's very highly rated. We actually piggyback on the Oscar ratings for our show. So I'm saying if you have an end of the month Oscars every month, you got 12 different award shows. The companies that make the actual Oscars they love it. It generates income for them. It's a chance to honor all these great actors, directors. You don't have to break it out by Chinese actors or whatever. It could be open to everyone, but.
So you don't want more Oscars?
I want 12 a year. I want a monthly Oscar.
Anyway, Greg, I want to ask you, because you're obsessed with you're a Hobbit head, are you not?
Definitely a Hobbit head, and I've been flying the Hobbit flag for many years now, and it's actually kind of cool. There's a community of fellow Hobbit heads that through doing this show I've met and traded Hobbit memorabilia and stories, and it's a really great community.
Where's Kyle? Where's Kyle? Okay, I'll wait for Kyle. Can you give us a peek into what's next for Peter Jackson. What is next for Peter Jackson? What's he going to do next? You talked last year about Silmarillion.
Silmarillion is a book that my sources tell me that he and his team have acquired the rights to make into a series of movies. Nothing has been announced yet, but I believe he's in pre-production for that. They're doing casting, location scouting. They'll
Let's
probably
check
shoot
in.
it in
Let's.
New
I put this
Zealand,
segment together.
as they did with the Hobbit movies
I put
and Lord
this-
of the Rings, the whole Lord of the Rings trilogy too.
What's your impressions of the Oscars right now? Have you had a chance to check in with that?
Yeah, I mean, you know, they get it wrong sometimes, but for the most part, if a movie wins an Oscar, it's such a tough process to get to that stage that you have to trust the integrity of the system.
The best pictures this year: Arrival, Fences, Hacksaw Ridge, Hell or High Water, Hidden Figures, La La Land, Lion, Manchester by the Sea, and Moonlight. Now, if something strikes you as funny about that, there is something funny about that. All of those pictures are alphabetically between the letters of A and M, leading me to figure that somebody goofed somewhere along the way and didn't submit all the titles. There were several great movies, movies that have won other film awards like the Golden Globes, that started with letters between N and Z, yet none of them made it to the list for Best Picture for the Oscars. So we're going to get to the bottom of that theory a little bit later. Also interesting, if you look at the Best Actors, they're all for movies that started between A and M. If you look at the Best Actor, Best Director, Best Actress, and Best Supporting Actress and Best Supporting Actor, none of those movies go past the letter M. So Oscars made a mistake with their ballots this year. There's clearly some information on some movies that are deserving of awards that didn't make the list. The good news is that there is a write-in ballot available, and so some of those movies that start with later letters, like Star Wars Rogue One, for instance, or Sully, definitely still have a chance of winning. Again, none of these movies go past the letter M.
Yeah, I found that strange when you told me about that a little bit earlier.
Well, Sully, Star Trek Beyond, Suicide Squad, Rogue One, 20th Century Women, these are all movies that start with letters past M and that were strangely eliminated. Zootopia would be at the very end of the list alphabetically, strangely eliminated from contention. This is something that I think Oscar needs to address. What's your favorite movie of the year or of any year?
I really liked Sneakers. It's probably my all-time favorite movie of all time. I also like what's the one with Ashton Kutcher? That 70s show. I like that show. Well, I like the TV show, and it's not a movie.
This isn't the Golden Globes. Difference between the Golden Globes and the Oscars for all you awards buffs is that Golden Globes, unlike the Oscars, will give awards to TV shows, to music, to movies, any form of entertainment, whereas the Oscars is a movie night, and it's movies only. So if movies are your thing, this is the night to tune in, and not the Golden Globes, or the People's Choice is another one that I wouldn't bother with.
Yeah, no, I mean, for me, I guess it's just, I like Sneakers a lot.
So every year at the Oscars, the stars and the critics and the directors, producers get Oscar gift bags. And that's something that's been very controversial because a lot of the Oscar gift bags have expensive iPods or jewelry or gift certificates for spas or just computers, laptops, expensive equipment. Sometimes the gift bags are so great that people are getting Nikes or these kind of high-end shoes. So the Oscar gift bag is kind of a tradition that has been going on for several years, and it's a really beloved tradition in Hollywood with people that get these Oscar bags, and you never know what you're going to get, but you're probably going to get something pretty good. Oscar. Okay, well that's a nice thing about the VHS tape versus the DVDs.
They don't break.
They don't break. If you drop a DVD, the discs can crack or get scratched. You could scratch a videotape, but if you scratch the case, it's protecting the tape inside. Now let's see if we have any more information, any other Oscar winners that we can report to our audience. Anybody have that information, want to call in or tweet? I'm going to look on Twitter. This is multimedia. We can do this on Twitter. We can do this on phone if you want to call into this. There's no number. If you can look, tweet at me if you have some Oscar information, or I'm going to look at the Academy and see if we get that information on who's won to report to everybody. The winner, the Oscar goes to Hacksaw Ridge.
Oh,
for
okay.
sound mixing. Hacksaw Ridge.
Oh, that's great.
This is trivia. The Oscars that you get for the smaller awards or less important ones, it's the same statue that they give to the best actor. Mark's our guest here today, and we're going to talk about some of the movies that were nominated this year and what the chances are that they'll take home Oscar gold. Now, a lot of the movies nominated this year, I don't think are going to win anything, because I think there's going to be a big write-in vote, because due to some sort of glitch in a computer program or a printing error, the Oscar ballots this year only included movies between letters of A and M, from Arrival to Moonlight. But the movies from N to Z, Nocturnal Animals to Zootopia, somehow didn't get on the ballot. And so that gives them a disadvantage, but the disadvantage, I think, will work in their favor as voters protest the unfairness of leaving these N through Z movies off the ballot and end up writing them in. And that's why I think that Rogue One, which starts with an R, or Sully, which starts with an S, actually have a pretty good chance this year.
A lot of things happening.
Mm-hmm.
You
4
may
hours.
have killed Tim.
I didn't, well, no, because if he killed himself, that's his own choice. It's always their own choice. Whether it's Tim or Heath Ledger or whoever it is, it's their own choice. Let me see what's going on with the Academy. I'm getting updates texted to me by my insiders at the Academy. And what do they tell me? We might have some updates for everybody watching who needs to know. The Oscar goes to... Oh, here's breaking news. Breaking news, Dateline Beverly Hills. The Oscar for Best Foreign Language Film goes to, open the envelope, The Salesman from Iran. So I haven't seen that one. I had an idea that I wanted to run past everyone. What about a Oscars of the Oscars award, where you take all the movies that win the Oscar for 5 years, every 5 years. So you have 5 movies that have won, then you put them together in one show. So you would do this 2015, 2020, 2025. So in 2020, we'll take the winners from 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019. They compete with each other to see the best. It's like the 5-year Oscars. And then after 10 years, then you can do it again that way. So that way, say you would have the 5 actors who wins the best actor 2016, 17, 18, 19, or actually 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. And in 2020, they compete against each other. And then you do it again in 10 years. So you have you do it every 50 years, I guess, because then you'd have every 25 years, you'd have the 5 that won over 25 years competing again for that award. So that's something that Oscar should consider. 007, James Bond is always a favorite.
I talked to Greg last week. I said, how do we want to frame this year? What's special about this year? It's the 90th anniversary of the Oscars. And he had a couple ideas. I shot a couple of ideas down right away. This one stuck, not sure why. Tell us a little bit about the Jaws theme tonight.
Well, I was filing some tapes at the VFA, which I'll give you an update on what's going on with the VFA later. It's not good. Mm-hmm. I was filing some tapes, and I was filing the Jaws movies, and I realized, whoa, this is the 40th anniversary of Jaws 2. And we blew it. We didn't cover the 40th anniversary of Jaws.
It flew by. I don't know, when was that?
3 years ago, 2015.
because we had other things at that time. The Hobbit controversy was going on, and we had other things to talk about. This year, there's no Hobbit movies. This year, The Mummy was not nominated for an Oscar, as I was told it would be. And so we needed a theme sort of to tie the past 90 years of Oscars with the future 90 years of Oscars.
Wow.
And the Jaws movies, I think, have been one constant throughout the last few years of movies, is something you could always count on, with all 4 of those movies being excellent movies. Jaws 2 is kind of the Empire Strikes Back of the Jaws series, in that it's the sequel that topped the original.
Right.
Jaws 3 wasn't as good. Jaws 4 is close to being as good as Jaws 2. And of course, Jaws 1 would be the second best of the Jaws movies. So to commemorate the 40th anniversary, we put together some segments that I think all the viewers are going to like. We've got some surprises that I'm not going to reveal.
Let me ask you a question. They don't make movies like Jaws. In other words, they don't make movies that go on, that become, like for example, I want to talk about the movies that are nominated tonight. But I do and I don't, because frankly, it's not been a good year for movies.
No, it hasn't.
And I wanted to ask you about that and why that is, and what was working, what wasn't working. Be interesting to hear your 2 cents, but then we have to move quickly through that.
Well, I mean, I think that Oscar's gotten out of touch with what people like and what people respect, and the movies that are popular, because you take a movie like The Mummy that everybody I talked to loved and saw several times, it didn't get nominated for a single Oscar, not even a technical Oscar. And then some of the movies that were nominated are movies that I saw, I loved, but I didn't really love in the way that I love these 4 movies represented behind us, or represented through my outfit tonight, which...
I was going to ask you, because this is not an appropriate look. I mean, normally I would say it's a bad look. You look like you look a little off. Well, show them the tie. Can we do a close-up of the tie? Because that's an actual Jaws tie.
This is I'm a living movie poster tonight. If I stand next to the Jaws 2 poster, you'll see, look at the white, look at the red from the Jaws 2, and then this represents the shark itself and the water.
It's a look, for sure, and we're happy to have you here.
If you were, the average person would say, oh, who's that eccentric, gentleman walking down the street? But a movie buff would say, where have I seen this before? Aha, on the Jaws movie poster.
Oh, well, good for you. Let's see. So we're going to talk about Jaws tonight. We're going to be doing Mark Prett.
And I'm going to tell you, I'm going to reveal for the first time.
Okay.
People think Jaws 2 is the second Jaws movie. It was, in fact, the third. There's an unofficial sequel to Jaws that came out under a different name. You've all seen this movie. You all love this movie.
Well,
but what you didn't know was that it was actually the real Jaws 2, and that Jaws 2 is actually Jaws 3. Jaws 3 is Jaws 4, and Jaws 4 is actually Jaws 5. And we're going to get into that a little later.
Okay. You have some news about tonight's Oscars that I think is kind of interesting.
Well, I run in some circles with some real movie experts, buffs, critics, some filmmakers as well. And I actually know a guy who works in the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences, very high up. I cannot give his name here for obvious reasons. He would lose his job and perhaps face criminal prosecution. He's there on the side of the stage with other Academy employees tonight. And to avoid a repeat of what happened last year, where the wrong name was in the envelope, they are giving the right name to several Academy employees just before the stars announce it. My friend, I'm not going to give his name, is going to text me those winners about 1 minute before they're announced on national TV. So you can watch the Oscars to find out who the best actor is, or you can watch this show and find out a minute earlier than anybody else on Earth.
Is that allowed? Can this guy, this seems like we're going to be given top secret information out
It's
here.
probably not allowed, but, we're going to do it, so.
Are we allowed to do that? I mean, I feel like we're going to get busted or something like that. Are we allowed to do that? Can we?
The Academy.
It's leaks. That's what Joe says. It happens in government all the time. And you know what? We're going to
hold on.
We got one now.
I got one that just came in.
Okay.
So this hasn't been announced yet.
This is, I'm a little nervous. I don't know if we're allowed to do this.
Best supporting actor. I'm going to give it to him before the Oscars do.
Wow.
Sam Rockwell is going to win for Best Supporting Actor.
Is that right?
So Sam Rockwell is going to win probably in about 30 seconds. He texted me this. We can cut to the show and see.
Wow.
Sam Rockwell.
Okay. Can we get confirmation if that, because it's been, how long has it been?
Well, he texted me this, I guess, well, shoot. He texted me this at 5:14, and I didn't answer my phone because you were talking, but.
All right, well.
So I don't know if I don't know, because I don't know what's going on the Oscars, but.
Well, get the ringer on, so.
Okay, well.
It would be easier to, I mean, it doesn't, who knows? Anyways, that's going to be happening all night long. I'm here with my guest, Gregg Turkington, who's
Hey, guys.
representing, if you're just tuning in, he's representing all things Jaws. What an exciting year it is for the Jaws family, Jaws the shark and all the rest. And this is a big year for them.
Just the tip of the iceberg, and I realized there wasn't a movie where Jaws was involved with an iceberg, but if there's ever a Jaws 6, that might be what they do.
Well, Jaws 5 would be what it would be.
Well, no, because as I was saying earlier, Jaws 2 was actually Jaws 3, Jaws 3 was Jaws 4, Jaws 4 was Jaws 5, so
And
the
then,
next
yeah,
one
there's a
would be
teaser.
Jaws 6.
But what is the Jaws legacy now that we look back on 40 years of Jaws? Is it action? Is it sharks? Is it? I mean, Spielberg's still he's still making movies. That's still a career that's been, in other words, working and he's doing all kinds of movies, whether they're the movie about the newspaper and other movies.
Or the initial series, E.T. and AI. Robert
Jaws.
Shaw from Jaws died of alcoholism, so it's kind of appropriate.
Well, that's not funny. It's not a disease anyone should be laughing at. One disease that I never laugh at is the great D. Thompson. Gregg, there's another important anniversary this year that's exciting.
Yeah.
It's not only the 40th anniversary of Jaws 2, it's the 20th anniversary of
The Rat Pack movie, which came out in 1998.
Terrific.
Starring Don Cheadle and Joe Mantegna and
number
Ray
of other
Liotta.
guys. Ray
as
Liotta
the
from
original Rat Pack.
Godfellas.
And this was a great movie. Little bit under some people's radar when it came out,
Okay.
but it went on to become a big cult movie that people get together and watch all the time. And if you haven't seen it, you got to see it.
Any of the Oscar predictions? You get any text from your pal?
Oh, yeah.
Anybody win? Is the Oscar still on? Hey, shut up!
No,
Has he not written you?
I know he hasn't.
All right, well, thanks for making that a big part of the show.
Well, they're probably doing. A lot of times in the Oscars, they have big production numbers and things like that, so they don't give the
Yeah.
awards until later
Listen,
in the movie.
I'm in a bad
the
mood
show.
with you.
Hold
Bad
on.
story.
I did get Leo has texted me. Okay, this hasn't been announced yet, but it's going to be. A production design award is going to go to The Shape of Water in about 1 minute. So.
All right, great. Somebody track that. Seriously, somebody track that and find out if this guy's full of shit or not.
How'd that first prediction work out very well?
It was right.
Oh,
So-
all right.
It was apparently right.
Just received news that they just announced the winner, Shape of Water. Just
Best
as
Picture.
Leo texted me. So-
Okay.
No,
There
not
you
for
go.
Best Picture, for,
Production design.
yeah.
All right, well, the
So there you
systems
go.
work. Very cool.
So tell your friends, if you're watching, tell your friends, we have the scoop. We've got the information 1
right.
minute before America gets it.
Listen,
If
enough.
you want to win
Thank
bets,
you.
think about the money you could make placing bets on these things, getting the information from our show, placing a bet,
All right, thank
high
you.
stakes bet.
Mr. Turkington, you are an actor as well as a film buff and a film student.
Well, I wouldn't say student, I'm more of a teacher, but yeah, actor, critic, expert, buff. I started in the Ant-Man movies and on Decker, where I co-created the character of Master Codebreaker Jonathan Kington with you.
Thank you.
And then
No further
went on
questions.
to do
No further questions. Thank you so much.
the best foreign language movie is going to be The Fantastic Woman.
Okay, let's cut to Greg, please. We cut to Greg here. Go ahead.
Leo says the Fantastic Woman in about 30 seconds will win for best foreign language
Sounds like the
picture.
Fantastic Four.
I think Jaws 2 is the best. Jaws 1 is the second best. Jaws 4 is the third best. Jaws 3 is the
Fourth best?
fourth best.
See, I don't know. I think the
I
first.
think it was a big mistake to center the entire night around Jaws. That's my honest opinion, and that was his plan.
Do you know, I'm sure you know because you would have heard this on the set, but that Jaws 2, the original title for Jaws 2, and this would have been on the first script that you were given from your agent, the original title for Jaws 2
No one wants
Jaws
this. No one wants
3.
this. Let's go to Mark.
Because
Keith,
Jaws,
thank you so much
the
for coming
actual
down.
Jaws
I
2.
apologize for this.
No, listen.
No.
Tim, the
Keith, no.
actual Jaws 2.
By the way, this is Chaplin's Express hot dogs. Are very
The
good.
actual Jaws 2 was actually Jaws 3 because the actual Jaws 2 was Close Encounters of the Third Kind. Because the character of Dr. Hooper, played by Richard Dreyfuss, Steven Spielberg said, okay, we're going to do a sequel to Jaws, but rather than just have more sharks, let's take this character and have some other interesting things happen to him. Nobody cared about the sharks in Jaws. What made it was Richard Dreyfuss's
Nobody cared about the
performance.
sharks in Jaws. What are you daft?
I'm saying that Richard Dreyfuss was that's what made the movie.
What was it like working with Richard Dreyfuss?
But
in
no,
Jaws?
because Richard Dreyfuss was making the real Jaws 2, which was Close Encounters.
I didn't get to work with him.
He's sort of okay.
No,
I didn't
but
really-
check
I
this
wish I
out.
had. I mean,
he's
Check
one of the
this out.
greats.
If you
What about
collect old
Sandy
scripts,
Davis? You ever
if
work
you
with-
collect old
You
scripts,
ever Don Cheadle? You ever work with?
if you collect old scripts, the original
Hey,
script
I'm
for Close
moving
Encounters
things
of the
along.
Third
I'm tired
Kind
of this.
is called Jaws 2.
Don Cheadle. You
Because
ever
they
work
took
with
the characters
Richard Dreyfuss?
and Spielberg was going to direct Jaws 2, and he did, but it was called
Really?
Close Encounters of the Third
How about you,
Kind.
Deanie boy?
And they got rid of the shark element.
really didn't know. That doesn't. I didn't know that.
Thank you. All right, well, let's thank
And so
Keith
they were
Gordon
so
for being
mad
here.
at him for doing this, for not putting a shark in the second Jaws
John-
movie and making it
Greg,
outer space.
Greg,
But
that's
then
the end
as
of the-
revenge against
We're
Spielberg,
moving on
they
from that.
came up with this Jaws 2, which should have been called Jaws 3, and that's when you stumbled into this thing. And what you were telling me was that this movie took almost a year to
Are you
film
going to
because they were
filibuster on
picking up
this?
the pieces.
Are you going to filibuster on this? I want to cut to Mark and let him do
I don't-
his next
no,
segment.
because-
Everyone's clamoring for Mark. Mark.
Yeah, Mark.
Mark is going to be
But
doing
Jaws 2
scene
should have been
2.
called Jaws 3.
You're ashamed about standing. What is this? Some kind of
Annie is going to be named Best Supporting Actress in about 1 minute.
Gregg Turkington has an exciting segment about the
Oh, the Super
Super
Oscars, yeah.
Oscars. Oh,
Ladies and gentlemen, I think we all enjoy watching the Oscars. That's why we're here watching this show. One complaint that people have about the Oscars, they don't have them often enough. Now, there's different solutions for that. Some have proposed 2 Oscars a year. Some have proposed having 2 ceremonies a year, so you cover the movies released from January to June for Oscars 1, and then from July to December for Oscars 2. Another idea that I came up with is the Super Oscars, where you take all the movies that won the Oscar over 20 years and put them up against each other to
Thank you, and get our director's chairs in here. Thank you.
So Super Oscars is a platinum statue. So we're going to take the 20 movies that won the Best Picture from 1998 all the way up through 2017, and we're going to pit them against each other to win the Super Oscar for Best Picture of the last 20 years. And we're going to do that by having votes that you can take part in on Twitter. They'll put it on the screen where you can vote for these movies as we count down to the #1 movie of the last 20 years, the Super Oscar winner.
Who do you think's going to win in that category?
I can give you the results that we're at right now for the artist versus Birdman. Right now, it's Birdman 77%, artist 23% with 842 votes in.
Really?
So if you haven't voted already, please do vote. This is important. This is more important than the real Oscars because it's the
It's
Super
the Super
Oscars.
Oscars. So, a guy from our production here who's at the hospital who says that he is on a breathing machine or he's in some kind of, he's not the morgue. Okay? And that should be something we're excited about. You know? That's really positive. So let's,
I've got a Oscar tip that Call Me By Your Name for Best Song is about to win, probably in about 30 seconds.
Greg, you had just said that we're getting word now that
name.
Call Me By Your Name song was going to win.
Yeah, well, it looks like it
And
just
the winner
won for
is
best.
Coco. That we can confirm. So you're your inside guy is no good. No good.
Oh.
All right.
Wow.
No, well, because well, then maybe that's the bad information.
No, I think we can confirm that.
I thought that was a sure thing.
Yeah, Greg?
Fish that was even in Jaws.
Well, they're just props. They're not, this is all junk.
Yeah, but it's this is like Jaws would eat a fish
Mike,
like
we're
this.
back,
but that would be-
and
this is a case of memorabilia from the Rat Pack movie that I've collected over the years. It's museum quality stuff. There's the original script from the Rat Pack movie from 1998.
by the way, we got
This is the
best director.
VHS sealed copy
Spielberg.
of the Rat Pack on VHS. This is a magazine with a cover story on the Rat Pack movie. And this is probably the most valuable of any of these things. If you can zoom in on this, that is an actual.
About that. Who won the Super
That's
Oscar?
an invitation to the Rat Pack world premiere, which was in Las Vegas in 1998. That's an actual
great.
invitation. If you
Who
can
won
zoom
the
in on that.
Super Oscars, Greg?
The best movie of the last 20 years and the first annual winner of the Super Oscars, the Platinum. It's the Oscar statuette in platinum, so it's very valuable. Ladies and gentlemen, Lord of the Rings, Return of the King
Okay.
is the winner of the Super Oscars.
Well, thank you, everybody.
Peter Jackson and company with one of the great movies of all time.
The best
And you know,
movie of
this
the
was
past 20 years.
scientific, basically 20 years worth of great movies, and there's been a lot of them, and this comes out on top, so that's
All right.
a triumph. It was kind of designed to tie into what I was saying about Close Encounters of the Third Kind being actually the real Jaws 2.
So wait a minute. Say that again.
Jaws 2 was originally intended to be Close Encounters of the Third Kind. Steven Spielberg agreed and signed the contract to direct Jaws 2, but he wanted to get the shark element out of it and make it about an alien coming to Earth.
Is this true?
Yeah, this is true. And they said, well, you can't do that. That has nothing to do with Jaws. And he said, I don't care. This is about Richard Dreyfuss's character of Dr. Hooper, and that's what people want to see. So Jaws 2 was written, and they began filming with Steven Spielberg directing. And then Universal Pictures said, this has nothing to do with sharks, pulled the plug on the whole thing. So Spielberg, with his own money, continued to make this movie, and they retitled it Close Encounters of the Third Kind. So as a result of that, I came up with what would have been sort of a cool finale for Close Encounters of the Third Kind called Close Encounters of the Movie Kind.
Okay.
Can you give us a sneak peek? I mean, what can we expect to see tonight?
I think on the Oscar special, one of the things that you've never seen on the show before is we have an in-house film archive, actually the largest in the world, the Victorville Film Archive, so that if we need to research a movie that has been nominated in the past or a great actor, we have all of the films that ever won the Best Picture in the archive here, as well as a lot of films that should have won.
Okay, I think I speak for all movie buffs when I say I look forward to seeing what you've got up your sleeves.
Some expertise. I'm going to forecast some of the winners tonight, and I can give you a hint about that right now.
Well,
I think you're going to see A Star is Born is going to sweep. And
I
there's a
think we're all
reason in
looking
that it's
forward to
been
seeing what
long
happens with
overdue
that film,
because A
so-
Star is Born, this is the fourth Star is Born, and none of the
know.
others won Best Picture, and it's about time one did.
That happened tonight. Now,
It will.
There's so many categories that we're going to be watching tonight, but the one that trumps them all has got to be the coveted Best Picture category. And leading the pack is Roma, directed by Alfonso Cuarón.
No.
We have Black Panther.
Star is Born.
Well, we also have Black Klansman.
You said leading the pack. So.
Bohemian Rhapsody. And of course, we have The Favorite, The Green Book, A Star is Born, and of course, Vice.
When you said the favorite, I thought you were going to say the favorite to win, A Star is Born, because that is the favorite to win.
I think we've gathered that, Greg.
But the reason The Star is Born is going to win is not just that it's a great movie, because it actually is a very moving film experience if you've seen it. And I think you should have. If you
Of course I have.
accepted this hosting job and you haven't seen the movies, then that's not right.
Well, that's why I'm here, and that is so interesting.
But I think the reason that it's going to win is that it's due, because 1937, Star is Born, starring Janet Gaynor, was nominated for 7 Oscars, including Best Picture.
Wow.
It only won 1 Oscar that year for screenplay. 1954, with Judy Garland, A Star is Born was nominated for 12 Oscars, including Best Actress for Judy Garland, who should have won it because she should have won it for The Wizard of Oz, honestly,
A lot
and she
of people
didn't.
feel
So
that way.
they owed her at that point. Then 1976, Star is Born with Barbara Streisand was nominated for 4 Oscars, only took 1 home.
Okay, let's
so
shift
you're
gears
looking
here
at a
for
record
just
of
a second, Greg.
23 nominations and only 2 Oscars. I think it's time the tables turn.
Maybe
and
they'll
I think
turn
they will.
tonight. Let's switch gears here a bit and talk about Black Panther, which is certainly in contention in every category in which it's nominated. And Bohemian Rhapsody, I think that's going to be a favorite tonight.
No.
But I also think it's time that Oscar honors Glenn Close, who's so fantastic in all of her films, but whose work in The Wife may well be the best of her career
Yeah,
this year.
I was going to say that.
Oh, well, you can go ahead and talk a little bit more about Glenn Close. We all love Glenn Close, and I think this could be her year.
Well, she's due. She's definitely one of the great actresses. I don't think Lady Gaga, as much as I love A Star is Born, I don't think you can win when you're a singer more than a...
Glenn Close was also nominated, something like 7 times without winning an
5
Academy?
times, probably. 5 times.
Okay.
Glenn Close is going to win. That's definitely my pick in terms of predictions. But it really, the best actor, best actress, all these sort of categories are interesting, but it's the best picture that really matters the most, and that is going to be A Star is Born. There are 3 movies this year with the same running time of 135 minutes.
I did not know that, Greg.
That's the longest time of any of the nominees.
Wow.
And so because all the Best Picture nominees are pretty equal in quality, with A Star is Born having a slight edge, Oscar is going to say, all right, we have 7 great movies that all deserve to win. Maybe the way to give this award is to figure which one gave moviegoers more of a bang for their buck. And that would be the one that's the longest, but then you have a 3-way tie because there's 135 with Black Klansman, Roma, and A Star is Born all coming in at 135 minutes. But because A Star is Born is the best of the 3, it gets the bump.
I see that you're a really big fan of that movie. Now, I just want to mention something here. My notes tell me that you're going to give us a look at some of the films from Oscars past. Is that true?
Yeah, we have them all in the archive here.
Oh, wow. Well, what are some of your favorites? I mean, do you think any from this year's Oscars are going to end up in the archives tonight?
Well, they all are. I mean, the archives it's complete. So we're going to have every movie eventually in the archives. Now the movie is still in production. Obviously, we can't get
Obviously, we can't.
But when it comes out, now they don't do VHS tapes anymore. But
do not.
we have a secondary archive of blank tapes that we're using to copy things onto the tape, label them, make a package for them so that it fits in with a general VFA.
Well, speaking of
and
labeling,
we're going to be giving
I know a
VIP
lot
tours
of
of the
this
VFA
year
to people.
have been trying to label whether the controversy that's been surrounding the Oscars should be there. I mean, not having a host this year, that's going to be something people keep bringing up.
People don't care about hosts; they care about movies. You know,
That's
we've had a
interesting.
host on this show for several years on this special, who I'm not going to mention by name, but who kind of ruined the show year after year by bringing in music, and I don't know if you have another agenda, but I know this much, that it's about expertise, it's about trivia, it's about information, and it's about forecasting the winners, which I've already done tonight, which is A Star is Born.
Well, I think not having a host kind of gives the viewers a little bit more power to really think for themselves. And so something else that I really need to talk about is whether kind of putting the Oscars into your own hands is something that we really need this year.
Yeah.
Maybe the whole process of having a host for the Oscars is a little bit outdated. Maybe we can think about having more musical performances, because as we know, music is such an essential part of any Oscar-nominated film over any film.
No, the music is they tack that on at the last minute. Movies have to have music, but there's movies without music that are great movies. Did you know that this is the 40th anniversary of Kramer versus Kramer this year?
I did not know that. Time really does
you should
fly.
have if you looked at the. But yeah, Kramer versus Kramer came out 40 years ago today, won several Oscars. Justin Henry was nominated for Best Supporting Actor, youngest actor still. That record still stands for his nomination.
Wow.
We've got him here tonight to help celebrate the 40th anniversary of Kramer versus Kramer, starring Meryl Streep, Justin Henry, and Dustin Hoffman. And we're going to be talking about that movie a lot tonight. We actually have a special segment tonight, which I'm not going to give it away, but you've never seen anything like it. And if you're a Kramer head, your mind's going to be blown. That's all I can say.
Now, you keep bringing up A Star is Born. Do you think that tonight's performance of Lady Gaga is going to be living up to what everyone's been hoping for?
I think they should get rid of the songs on the Oscars.
What if there's a cameo by Bradley Cooper?
I'm looking forward to that.
Okay.
We're not busy doing our thing here.
We'll see what we get tonight, that's for sure. So, now, Greg,
Oh, I guess one of the awards is in.
Oh, all right. Let's talk about that.
Regina King for If Beale Street Could Talk.
Okay.
Which-
Did you see that one coming?
No, I didn't actually, but I'm glad to see it. Supporting actress, it's not people's favorite category, but I think she was great in the movie, and she definitely deserved the award. I would have liked to have seen it gone to one of the Star is Born people, but she deserves it, and more power to her. And that's something that she'll never be able to erase from her memory, is walking down that aisle clutching that piece of Oscar gold. And Oscar gold is a theme that's going to come up tonight in a big way. I don't want to give anything away, but if you're interested in the statuette, the actual Oscar statuette, you're going to see one tonight that is really going to shock you. It's an actual Oscar statuette. I can't give any more away.
All right. Well, we'll keep our secrets here. Now, I keep talking about this no-host Oscars thing because, well, I'm going to keep talking about it and talking about it again because it is the biggest thing that everyone is talking about this year. So, anything else that you have to say about that, Greg?
I don't think the host really matters so much. What matters is the awards. I think that they should do them twice a year. I've been advocating this for ages.
Do you think the award show should be as long if there's no host involved, or you think we should consolidate the time?
You keep the length, but you just bring in more movie-themed segments, which is what people are tuning in the first place for. I would like to see like a recap of the previous year's Oscars, the previous decade's Oscars, previous 20 years worth of Best Picture winners. Last year we did a thing, I don't know if you watched it, probably not, but we did a thing where we had like sort of the best, it was called the Super Oscar.
Okay.
And that was an idea that I had, which I think Oscars should take on themselves, to pick the best Picture Oscar winner for the last 20 years and do that every few years.
But the fact that it's on a streaming platform and so many people haven't even seen it, it's just
I've
absolutely
seen
moving.
it. The Academy Awards themselves should have done this years ago. The living Oscar. The Victorville Film Archives, which is the largest film collection and archive and resource facility in North America, is going to open to the general public in the next few months for VIP tours. And of course, if you get the VIP tour, you can go to one of our screening rooms and watch any of the movies in the archive.
Did you see Gotti, the movie Gotti,
course I
starring
saw
John
it,
Travolta
yeah.
from Saturday
From
Night
Grease,
Fever, Grease,
and
Pulp Fiction?
Perfect, Pulp Fiction, Michael, Phenomenon, all the way back to John Travolta's first movie, Devil's Reign, starring Ernest
John
Borgnine.
Travolta.
Yeah, and Ernest Borgnine and William Shatner from 1975. That was Travolta's first. I don't think we need to have this culture of here's the 7 nominees, here's the 9 nominees, here's the 5 nominees. I say the ballot doesn't even need to be printed. You give everyone a blank card and say, put the best movie of the year on this card. And then we'll tabulate them. And I think if you did that, you'd see some surprising results. This is the first time we've had a living Oscar available to the world. And if you've got somebody who's been through all of history who can answer the questions you might have had that you never were able to get answered, I think you should take advantage of that. And that's what the segment's about.
Liza Minnelli's dead.
Then your show.
She's dead, Greg. And
No, she's not. You're thinking of Judy Garland from Star is Born,
Mike,
who's her daughter. Congratulations on yet another Oscar. Only Katharine Hepburn has one more. That was it.
Here's the thing, Greg.
The only Q we should be talking about is the Q from James Bond and Star Trek.
Well, that's stupid.
Or
You're being
McQ,
disrespectful to-
starring John
You're
Wayne from
disrespecting- you're disrespecting
1974.
Mike.
Hey guys, I'm here to talk about the launching of a new movie-themed website that I think is going to be of great interest to anyone who's tuned in tonight who is interested in the Oscars. And if you're tuning into this special, you are interested in the Oscars. The name of the website, and you're going to want to write this down, is oscores.net. Oscores, that's O-S-C-O-R-E-S. It's not oscars.net. That's taken, and that's something different. Oscores.net is the first interactive website where we will be giving a score to each year of the Oscars, grading them for the accuracy of the awards given. For instance, in 1986, the O score is 98%. That's how many of the Oscar awards were correctly given. Only 2% did Oscar get it wrong. 1994, 96%. 4% of the decisions made that year were the wrong decision. So at oscores.net, you can go through year by year and figure it out, learn something about it, something to impress your friends with, and it's a free website too, absolutely free of charge. And this is something I've been working on for a long time, gathering and collating the data, and now we're ready to launch it. oscores.net. Hope to see you all there. It's not currently live. It will be launching probably next week or next few weeks. And again, we could really use some visits to help boost the numbers and make it an invaluable tool. That was a pretty neat finale.
Well,
I mean, somebody coming to life.
Here's to Mark.
This is kind of what this has all been leading towards, and really the centerpiece of the night. This has never been done before, folks. Kramer versus Kramer, as you know, this is the 40th anniversary. And when we were putting together this show, I thought, what is a finale that honors this great movie, this Oscar-winning movie? And I thought, you know what? The way the movie ends, you kind of are left wanting more.
Mm-hmm.
And I came up with this idea, which again, I'm surprised no one has come up with it before, but of the first ever live movie sequel.
Okay.
So it's a sequel, it's the official sequel, but it's presented live. You don't have to go to the theater, it's presented live.
Like a play.
It's like a play, yeah, but it's a movie. It's a live sequel, the first ever live sequel. Hear ye, hear ye. I hereby consider this case closed.
Thank you, Joe. And what is you've got Arthur on the top there. What's going on with your mobile VFA? And you're dressed like the jokester from
Hey
the
guys.
Batman movies.
We are celebrating, well, we are giving a preview of next year's celebration of the 40th anniversary of Arthur.
Wait, say that again? You're saying what?
We're doing a preview of next year's 40th anniversary of Arthur. So we're giving a sneak preview of what's going to happen next year.
What does that have to do
This
with
is
the
a
Joker?
Jack Nicholson Joker, which is he was the original actor to play the Joker.
Okay, so I told you you could come in here with one concept, and then we're going to get through that, and then you'll be on your way. And now you're coming in with two. So do you want to focus on whatever this 40th anniversary of?
Three. Actually, I have four.
Well, those we're not getting to those.
Actually, I have five.
We're not
if you
getting
count
to
the
those.
finale that I have planned.
Excuse me. What does Arthur have to do with the Academy Awards right now?
Well, it's one of the most beloved movies in history. Arthur from 1981, 97 minutes, starring Dudley Moore. And so we're doing a preview. Next year, we're actually on this special. It might be our cinema by next year, I'm not sure. But next year, we're going to do the 40th anniversary of Arthur, which came out in 1981.
Okay,
so this year is a sneak preview of next year's Arthur, basically, celebration.
So you don't have any anniversary movie to discuss?
We're doing
today.
We're doing a preview of Arthur for next year.
No, you're not doing. We're not going to do Arthur 2 years in a row. This, for me, is your.
Well, there's two Arthur. Well, there's actually three Arthur movies because
I know.
there was a.
Here's what I'm saying. If you want to celebrate a movie like you did with Jaws 2, which was a big mess.
Well, because you didn't
use. Hold on.
You used a prop for Mark, so he didn't get any oxygen.
Don't go down that route. Choose a film that it is an anniversary of. Don't use this opportunity to sneak peek preview some bullshit about Arthur. Nobody gives a shit about Arthur to begin with.
Well,
if you're going to spend time on that.
It's Oprah Winfrey's favorite movie of all time, Arthur.
I don't give a shit. What I'm trying to point out is it's absurd to spend any time previewing an anniversary of something.
Haven't you ever heard of a trailer?
What
do you think previews
What movie came out 40 years ago?
People line up to see previews for Star Wars movies or Hobbit movies.
What movie came out 40
out
You should know this. If you don't know this, I'm going to ask you to leave. What movie came out 40 years ago this year? Name one. You must know.
19 Ordinary People, directed
why
by
are we celebrating
Butch
that?
Cassidy
You know
and
what I mean?
Sundance Kid, Robert Redford.
Why didn't we do a preview
Because that's
of
a
that last
glum
year?
movie. That's a depressing movie. It's about a suicide.
Do you want to talk?
Arthur is a positive movie with a good message, and it stars one of my all-time favorites, Dudley Moore.
Great. So, okay, you'll have 5 minutes to talk about Arthur as a preview, whatever.
That's fine. I would love 5 minutes to talk about it without interruption.
We're not going to talk about it next year.
5 minutes would be great. I would love 5 minutes without you interrupting, with you leaving the building, so that I can preview next year's Arthur 40th anniversary.
Let me explain something to you. There's no preview of Arthur. There is only Arthur today. That's your 5 minutes.
say goodbye.
You don't understand
to
how
talk about
movies work.
Arthur
You don't understand
next,
how movies
We're not talking
work.
about Arthur next
Trailers
year.
are a big part
You're
of
not going to be
Hollywood
welcome.
history.
Shut up. You're not going to be welcome back here next year if that means talking about Arthur again. You're playing all your Arthur cards now. You get that?
Well, I'll talk about Arthur 2, Love on the Rocks next year then, if you're going to do that. But we have some Arthur
right.
2
I'm
memorabilia here
tired
as
of this.
well.
I brought you here
I
to
am
talk-
traveling with the world's first portable Arthur Museum. And it's part of the VFA, the mobile VFA, is we travel with exhibits around the country and let people see priceless movie memorabilia that they might not have
This is a
access
mistake.
to
Do you want to
otherwise.
talk about the movies that were nominated? Or
I would love to.
Okay, so we've got a lot of great movies this year. Obviously, we could speak. I think obviously your pick is The Joker tonight.
My pick is, well, essentially my pick is Kramer versus Kramer 2, which Hollywood has gone and remade as Marriage Story. But the genesis of that movie was in something I wrote and that we premiered right here. We shot it right over there last year, which is Kramer versus Kramer 2. And of course, Hollywood can't keep their grubby paws off of what we do, as you know, with some of these rip-offs of Decker.
So you're
so
saying
Marriage Story is essentially Hollywood tipping their hat to what I did with Kramer versus Kramer 2 and remaking it, and I'm not getting any credit for it, but I'll tell you one thing, when that movie wins Best Picture, a part of me is going to feel that I won Best Picture for Kramer versus Kramer 2. So my pick is definitely Marriage Story, and I also have a tip from my insider at the Academy that it will in fact win, because the ballots have already been counted, and I had a guy who texted me after they did count them and told me Marriage Story is the winner. So.
Okay, so there's other movies to be considered. Obviously, Joker was a big movie. Something like, we look at something like Jojo Rabbit. If that were to win, that would be one of the first animated films to win. I mean, it's one of the first animated films, I guess, since maybe
Fantasia. But it's
Fantasia
not even it's not the first movie to be called JoJo something. There was JoJo Dancer, Your Life is Calling with Richard Pryor from 1981. It's actually the second JoJo movie.
Great. There's a bunch of different movies. You don't see, one of the snubs this year was the Star Wars movies didn't get sort of acknowledged. There was a couple of Star Wars movies that came out this year. You were hoping maybe a few of them were going to get the nod, at least one. So it turns out none of them got awards.
It just shows that the system is fair and that a billionaire like George Lucas can't come in and say, I want the Oscar and get the Oscar. You have to earn it through merit. And that's one of the things I've always admired about the Oscars.
It's going to be sort of an interesting battle between Yiquam Phillips. Is that his name? I can't ever.
Joaquin Phoenix.
There you go. And from the Fast and Furious, Adam Driver.
The real battle, I think, is between the Joker's past and the Joker's present. And I think that Jack Nicholson as the Joker, the original Joker in the original Joker movie, is sort of the Joker everybody remembers and loves. And I think it was a mistake to try and make that again when Nicholson was still alive. If he passed away, I get it. If you're doing Casablanca 2, you can't get Bogart. If you're doing the Joker 2, you can get Jack Nicholson, and they should have, and that was their mistake, and that's why I'm not voting for Joaquin Phoenix.
Do you look at the Joker as a sequel or a remake of the original Joker with Jack
I think it's
Nicholson?
both.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of intrigue, a lot of drama. What are your thoughts on Once Upon a Time in Hollywood? Sort of
misleading.
Yeah, I was thinking.
If you're going to do a Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, I want to see some of the great stars, like the Cary Grants, the Clark Gables, the Charlie Chaplin, sort of a trip down memory lane. And instead, it was, you know, a bunch of people, a bunch of no-names. Bruce Lee was in it, which was cool, but I would rather see some more golden era stars.
And then finally, we have, you know, the salute to the Munchkins and the Wizard of Oz with Little Women.
You're thinking of Judy, which I don't think got nominated, but it should have, because that was a great look at Judy Garland as she would have been had she had lived.
And we're just getting word that Brad Pitt has won for, I guess, one of the movies he was in.
Did you see Meet Joe Black?
No, he won for the movie that he was in this year, the Hollywood story. Toy Story 4 won, guess, Best Academy Award for Best Cartoon, starring Tom Hanks and Tim Allen.
I think the Toy Story, wherever they make that building is going to be filled with Oscars. And 40 years from now, they'll have 44 Oscars. This is the mobile VFA. and it's coming soon to your town. We're gonna take this around pretty much to every town that we can get it to. Probably not Alaska or Hawaii, but
if you just turn the car off though, so
yeah. So this is the interior of the mobile VFA. I have, as you see here, the ability to monitor the Oscar situation. This is a feed direct from the Academy with any sort of updates as to what's happening on the Oscar telecast. This is sort of my nerve center, control center. And then of course we have much of the archive in the back there so that when we get to people's towns, we can show them actual tapes from the VFA. Anything we have back here, we have in triplicate back at the main VFA.
What about
headquarters.
Arthur though? We get to Arthur quick.
Yeah, and I'm just gonna show them the rest of the interior of the mobile VFA. So it's basically a good regular car, but decked out in a way that anyone would like to have. We've got the searchlights and the spotlights, and if you saw the top of the car, you can see that it pays tribute to next year's 40th anniversary of Arthur. And this is our traveling Arthur Museum. This is the world's first Arthur Museum, but not the last, because next year I suspect others will spring up. This was the original and this is the best. By next year, we'll have quite a few more items in the museum. You see the original one-sheet posters to Arthur starring Dudley Moore and Liza Minnelli, and Arthur II, same cast. John Gielgud also appeared in both Arthur movies, piece of trivia. This is probably the rarest item in our Arthur Museum. This is an original Arthur II on the rocks promotional tumbler, which is what they call a drink, a glass that Arthur might drink out of. If you look at the Arthur video disc and the videotapes, you'll see he always has a drink in his hand in every scene. All right, we also have here, these have not been touched by human hands. These are sealed copies of both of the Arthur movies. So if you have an old used VHS tape, as you know, the technology dictates that the tapes will last for years, perfect quality. But if you have one that's still sealed, that's never been played, never even been touched by human hands, you've got a real keepsake, a real rarity, and something that's a museum piece. And that's why these two sealed tapes are in our museum. And then over here, this is really something special. This is a promotional belt buckle from 10, which was the movie that Dudley Moore made before Arthur, co-starring Bo Derek. And this promotional belt buckle was issued to promote the movie back in 1979. That's an anniversary that we should have done.
What is
but
a 10 belt buckle doing in an Arthur museum?
10 was Dudley's breakthrough movie.
That's a fair question, right?
10 was his breakthrough movie. They had originally cast George Segal in the role of Arthur. Then 10 came out, broke all box office records. At the time, it was the biggest movie
we've got a message coming
of all
in.
time. And so
Mark,
they recast it with, they
a
recast
text.
it with Dudley Moore instead of
Do you
George
care about
Segal.
Mark Broach
and
or
you
not?
can all trace that back to
It seems like you got
10.
a lot more concerned about Dudley Moore, who's confirmed has been dead for 20 years, than you do about a guy that might be in real trouble here.
Next year, when we actually do the 40th anniversary, an original shooting script signed by John Gielgud and Liza Minnelli. So that is something you'll be seeing next year.
Okay.
But this is a nice little preview and to whet your appetite. And if you haven't seen Arthur, be sure you see it before next year's Oscars, because you're going to want to be on top of what's going on in the film.
Did you see Hair Love? It's a cartoon, short cartoon.
No, it's not a movie.
Okay.
I have here two very priceless ensembles, if you will, from the movie Yesterday, 2019. Kind of a movie about some Beatles fans and some strange kind of supernatural events that bring them together. And these are actual costumes from the movie that I procured at It's a Wrap for total cost of $20. Here are the shirts worn by a couple of the characters and the actual pants. You can see these on screen if you watch Yesterday.
All right.
If you haven't seen it, I would suggest that you do go out and watch Yesterday and look for these clothes. When you see them,
it's on a
remember
plane.
this
I was
moment.
on a plane the other day. You can see it. Or they show that on the plane.
Did you see the shirts?
No, I don't recognize the shirts.
Hey guys, we're here in the VFA Mobile Sound Studios, soundstage, and it's also where we keep a lot of our classic and priceless movie memorabilia, as well as the actual movies themselves. And Christina here has got a very interesting tale to tell.
Yeah.
She actually was one of the actors in Arthur.
Yes.
Not the Dudley Moore one, though. I just found out, but the one from
the remake nobody watched.
The remake, which was actually released 30 years almost to the day from the original, which
really?
was 1981, and then 30 years later,
2011.
2011. So that's 30 days.
Yeah.
So if there'd been a sequel, and they wanted to time it like Arthur 2, which came out in 1988, the sequel should have come out in 2018, but they didn't do it, so there may not be a sequel.
You're here under a short leash, Greg, and you don't need to be bringing all your shit in here from your.
I had all this stuff for my special. You invited me to join yours, so I'm going to have to bring my stuff in if I'm going to present the movie information that I have. So don't be a jerk.
I don't see how you need all these props. What is that? What is that?
It's Christopher Lloyd.
Christopher Lloyd. Okay.
Okay.
Well, can you come over here because I want to talk to you about the movies. This is the whole. I want to get you in and out.
Yeah, I'm just trying to set everything up because
What's there to set up?
Your set
What is
has
there to
nothing.
set up?
There's nothing to do with movies anywhere on your set.
Tim. Take the high road.
It looks like a sports show.
I am lost with you.
Well, you're lost because it doesn't
You want to
look
come
like.
over here and talk about the movies or not?
Yeah, but
then come over here. Stop fucking around with movie tapes and posters and shit.
It's just that your set doesn't look like it's an Oscar special at all. It looks like a sports network.
Who cares?
Well, maybe if you were over here, Greg, it would look.
I'm
more like
going
Your
to.
idea, Joe. You put this fire out.
But you gave me
Put it
very
out.
short notice.
Come on
Tim.
over, Craig,
You gave
and
me
it'll be
short.
like
You
old times,
interrupted
my
me in the
friend.
middle of my own broadcast to come out here. So now don't tell me how to do what I do.
Yeah.
Get my
Talk
movie.
about the movies. Axiom shit the bed on me, and that's something.
Of course he did.
That's something that I'm going to regret for the rest of my life. No, sit down. Sit down. Sit down. Sit down or walk. This is Mr. Movies. Great.
No, it says. Can you see the top of it? The real Mr. Movies.
I can't see that.
All right.
Very good. Talk to me about the movies this year. Talk about the year
Father?
20. Yes, thank you. I need you to focus in on these movies.
I have a list of the nominees because I was going to be presenting this information anyway. I probably would have already presented it if I hadn't had to drive here in the middle of my special. The Father, which is 97 minutes. Nomadland, 108 minutes. Promising Young Woman, 113. Sound of Metal, 120. Minari, 115. Judas and the Black Panthers, 126. So we're getting up there. Trial of Chicago 7, 130. And Mank, 131.
Okay, those are the times of the movies. So, okay.
The four.
Why do you think they're getting shorter for the movies?
Well, the four. Good point. Good question. The four movies that have won the most Academy Awards in the history of motion picture cinema are actually four of the longest movies ever made. Lord of the Rings, Return of the King is 4 hours and 11 minutes. And then Ben-Hur is also over 3 hours. Titanic, over 3 hours. And then even West Side Story, which won 10 Oscars, those other ones won 11, is 155 minutes. So Oscar...
And if I'm correct, they all had intermissions. Well, you would know that. I'm not for sure.
Please.
On the tapes, it's usually a two-tape set, so it's you're making your own intermission.
Now, listen, I don't care about the length of movies.
Well, what I'm telling you is Oscar honors length.
What did you think of these?
The Academy are people who love movies, so they're going to award the best picture to the longest movie.
What did you think of the movies? Is that hard to ask? Did you see any of these movies?
If you don't interrupt, I can tell you that the Oscar is going to always award the winner to the longest movie. As long as the movies are all equal quality, which these all were, they're going to give it to the longest, which in this case is Mank.
Last year's winner was a long movie.
See?
What about...
You see what I mean?
Yeah.
Judas and the Black Messiah.
Judas and the Black Messiah is an interesting movie. It's only 1 minute or 4 minutes shorter than Chicago 7 and 5 minutes shorter than Mank. So you got to wonder, as long as they got the camera rolling, shoot a few more minutes, and then you have your better contention to win the...
Quality. You're making the argument that quantity trumps quality.
No. If the movies are all of equal quality, then you're going to want more. Like, would you rather have the world's best cupcake that's this big or equally good cupcake that's this big?
That's a big difference there. What about this Trial of Chicago 7? Is that something that you think was a great movie, deserves Oscar nods?
It's a great movie, but the problem with it is people didn't go to it because they erroneously thought, oh, I didn't see the Trial of Chicago 6. I didn't see the Trial of Chicago 5. It's like a Fast and Furious situation. So they didn't go to it. People don't want to join a series. They thought it was a sequel, so they stayed home. It still got good reviews, but you're not going to get the audience. I went and saw it because I knew, because I keep up on these things. Nomadland, very good, but too short. Too short, 108 minutes. Kind of a travel, kind of like a road movie, not like Easy Rider. That was motorcycles. This is actually kind of more like RV. Remember that one from 2006 with Robin Williams and Cheryl Hines, which is more of a comedy, I think. Nomadland.
And there was a long trailer with Desi Arnaz.
The long trailer with Lucille Ball and Desi Arnaz, exactly. So it's kind of in that vein. Pretty good movie.
What do you see going forward with movies this year? What are you looking forward to as the year progresses and people are going back out to the movie theaters? What are you?
I think you're going to see a lot of the number 2 on the silver screen this year. You have Coming to America, and in the past, I think the number 2 is usually reserved for a sequel, like Jaws 2, for instance, and many other movies with 2 in the title. This is the year that Hollywood is realizing a remake could have a 2. So you could have a movie that's remade, like, say, Ordinary People with Timothy Hutton. You remake it. Why call it Ordinary People again? Because that's confusing. Call it Ordinary People 2. It's not a sequel, it's a remake, but it is the second Ordinary People movie. You're going to see a lot of that. And then working the number into titles where it's kind of built that way, like A View to a Kill. If they remake that, now it's A View to a Kill. And it's not a sequel, it's a remake.
Are they doing that? Is that on the slate?
From Here to Eternity. Now, they've already remade that once, but it was a made-for-TV movie, which isn't really a remake. If they do it right, then you're going to see the number 2.
We skipped over a big movie this year, Mank. What's happening with Mank?
Mank 2, which is actually not a remake. You wouldn't remake a movie the very next year, although with a Fantastic Four, which was a failure, they are remaking it to try to get it right. But Mank 2 is a movie that I'm actually developing with the Victorville Film Archive, and it's kind of a sequel to Mank, which is, incidentally, folks, if you don't know already, is going to win Best Picture.
There you have it. The prediction from the real
Mank.
Mr. Movies has been. You've been on the record now. We'll see if you're right. The Mr. Movies said it first that Mank is taking home Oscar gold.
Without a doubt. I'd bet $100,000 on it.
Let's do it.
Yeah, all right. Let's do it.
All right, $100,000. And how about this? If Mank doesn't win, I know you don't have $100,000 because you're living out of your car.
I have $100,000 worth of movies.
I don't think you do. I think that's very unlikely. Those things are worth less.
He's got a lot of movies.
Than the plastic. You could boil them down and sell it for scrap.
But each tape is valued with the budget of the movie. So if you have Titanic,
you don't have
$100,000,
so I'm not going to make $20 million. I'm not going to take a bet with you.
That tape is worth $20 million.
Shut up. I'm not going to take a bet with you for $100,000 because you don't have it. If Mank loses, we sit down and we talk about me, because I like what you're doing. There's a lot of things I like about what you're doing. Mr. Movies over there, Axiom can't handle it. There's a lot of things.
I told you that.
Let me make the deal. This is what I do. I'm a deal maker. That's why High is so successful. I will consider acquiring the VFA.
Well, it's not for sale.
If you lose this bet, it will be. That's what I'm suggesting.
And if you lose the bet, then I'm taking over the High Network and getting rid of this set that looks like TV news.
Is High versus VFA on Mank, and you believe Mank's going to win?
I know it's going to win because I have inside sources at the Academy.
All right, then that's the bet. All right, you got it here, folks.
I just digressing here a minute. I just wanted to ask, do you ever think like the NFL draft where there's a winner and then there's a second place? You ever think there'd be a second place movie at the Oscars? Like you got the winner,
that's a great
best
idea.
Movie, and then the second best movie that almost made it.
So
I mean, I've been advocating for that for years, and if it did happen this year, it would be Judas and the Black Panther.
Huh?
Well, let me just get this clear.
No, but Joe's going to find this interesting because that movie was kind of an unofficial sequel to J. Edgar, because J. Edgar with Leonardo DiCaprio from 2011 introduced the J. Edgar character, who in this movie, this Judas movie, is played by somebody that Joe knows very well, Martin Sheen.
Oh,
and so and so I think that movie was very good, but you can't compete with 131 minutes. 126 minutes leaves them handicapped.
You're on the record with Mank winning, But you've been developing Mank 2. What's Mank 2 about? What is that? What's the story there? Because you claim to have some ownership over the original Mank idea.
Well, yeah, because when I was there was a segment that was very popular. Anyone watching remembers On Cinema on Location, which we introduced on this show. And I did a segment at the original Citizen Kane house where Mank, the original Mank, wrote the Citizen Kane. I took the cameras there, took my team there, and shot this segment at that house. Well, Hollywood was watching, as they always do with Decker. You know how many ideas of yours have been stolen.
A lot of Decker plots and characters have been taken and used for big
And this was another
movies.
one, and that's why I would share this Oscar with you if we win for Best Idea, because this aired on Cinema on Location. I introduced the public to the Mank house, and somebody watched it and said that would make a great movie, and they expanded on my idea.
So you're making Mank 2. What is Mank 2 about?
Mank 2 is about the movie that Mank made after Citizen Kane, which was called Rise and Shine, which was kind of
never heard of it.
More of a comedy than Citizen Kane.
Is there an interesting story about the making of that movie?
Well, Mank really believed in it and wanted to get it made, and there's always studio interference and things.
Is there a compelling narrative there?
Well, he got the movie made, and it came
go.
out quicker too. It's like because Citizen Kane, he had to work for years, and Rise and Shine, it took about 6 months, and that thing came out. Probably because he was riding the wave of Citizen Kane mania. A lot of Citizen Kane heads. But Joe, in this Mank 2, Rise and Shine, the original Rise and Shine that Mank did, starred Milton Berle, and I was going to ask you if you would play Milton Berle in Mank 2. If you'd be interested in the role.
Well, you know, Milton Berle, that's a tough act to follow. But boy, I'd sure like to try it on for size. I'm getting to be about the right age, so.
I don't know how old he was in 1941. But.
Oh well, okay, all right.
It sounds fascinating. Thank you, Greg, for making the time to come here and.
Well, speaking of time, I don't know, Joe, if you know anything about this, but I've been developing a new time zone.
We're not doing that now.
New time zone?
Yeah.
I don't understand.
No one cares about the new time zone. We'll talk about that later if we're looking for segments. I don't think we will be, though. We have
Keep
an
me posted on the
action-packed
Milton
show
Berle
right
thing,
now.
though, will you?
I've got a watch for you that's set to the new time zones.
This guy can go fuck himself! Fuck you! Fuck. Okay.
I think we're live, Tim.
We should not have come back.
Joe, I want to present you with a VFT watch. This is Victorville Film
We should
Time.
not have come back until I say we're back.
So these are set for
Hello?
Victorville Film Time.
Stop crinkling there.
No, I got something for you. It's for your special.
Well, yes.
I happen to have this.
Happy birthday to Al Pacino. We're going to be celebrating Al Pacino all night.
Can one of your people put this up for us to get it on the... I'll put it up.
Ladies and gentlemen, the plan... Stop crinkling.
Joe can attest to this. I have developed a new time zone, which has become very popular. It was originally designed for movie buffs, but now others are using it as well. And we actually produced a documentary movie about this new time zone as sort of a piece of information for folks who want to learn how to use the new time zone, which is called VFT. So if we can roll this movie, I think you guys will all appreciate it. It's movie time. Hey guys, we're here at the Bob Hope Airport. This is kind of the airport to the stars, and movie stars have been landing here all day long in preparation for tonight's Oscar ceremony. Bob Hope, of course, was a true movie legend who incidentally died at the age of 100, which matches the running time of his movie Road to Rio from 1947, 100 minutes. So we have a movie lifespan. Today, we are going to, this is a documentary, actually, on VFT, which is the world's first universal time zone. And this documentary will attempt to explain the phenomenon of VFT, which is also commonly referred to as VMT, or Victorville Movie Time. Now, this is a time zone that was created initially to provide movie buffs with means to schedule simultaneous worldwide screenings of beloved titles from the world of classic motion picture cinema. However, the world quickly realized
how useful a universal time zone would be. And now I'm told that VFT has been adapted by some commercial pilots for use in trans-Pacific and transatlantic flights. It's also being used by surgeons for remote surgeries. Sometimes they conduct those remotely. And for movie buffs who congregate online, and especially who are trying to set up virtual popcorn classic movie festivals during the pandemic, or just in general, VFT has been a godsend. The time zone is completely unique. It does not follow, nor is it based on any existing time zone. However, for reference, VFT is generally 1 minute ahead of Pacific Standard Time. So 5 p.m. VFT would be 4:59 in the now archaic Pacific time zone. So VFT is literally ahead of its time. Everyone should try it and see how much it simplifies your life. Best of all, there's no charge to adapt to VFT. Get one of our VFT watches or simply reset a watch that you already have and enjoy the pleasures of worldwide synchronized movie screenings. Congratulations, guys.
Yeah, I've
really, really bad. You hear that? Mank lost.
I'm not sure about that.
You're not sure about that? I have it right in front of me. CNN.
Yeah, those are the initial, that's what they're speculating, but they have to count the votes.
When is it? When have they ever? I mean, there was that one time when they got it wrong. A split second later, they fixed it.
Well,
but Nomadland. No, it's Nomadland. I thought it was No Man's Land. No Man's Land. No Man's Land wins Best Picture. There it is. They're not going to print that if they're not sure about it.
They still have to count all the ballots. They do a sampling, just like a presidential election. They sample 5% of the votes, and then they do a projection on what would win.
We're not even going to get into that now.
But they don't know for sure until they actually count all of them. I guarantee you 100% Mank wins.
Well,
that's just a projection.
How about this? I'll call you tomorrow.
All the networks project. It doesn't mean anything.
It means I've never heard of this next day bullshit. It's No Man's Land is Best Picture, and it deserved it because it's a great film. You've been down on Al Pacino all night. What is the matter with you?
I just don't think he really cares about movies.
What? Al Pacino, he's the king of the movies.
He is the king of turning down great roles that were offered to him. Al Pacino was offered Kramer versus Kramer. He said no. He was offered Star Wars as Han Solo. He said no. Al Pacino was offered Close Encounters of the Third Kind. He said no.
Well, those
Al
are great
Pacino
movies.
was offered Die Hard. He said no. It's just like there's something wrong with him.
That was
There's
the
something
right. That
wrong
was the
with
right
him.
choice. He's.
Well, if you care about movies, then he should say yes to all those because they're all great movies. He doesn't seem to understand that.
All right, well, you know what? I think he's a great actor. I think he has the right to not do any.
But those movies would be better if he'd been in them.
Oh, so now we have Gregg Turkington on the record saying he's not a fan of Star Wars. He's not a fan of.
No,
Close
I like
Encounters.
it, but you want to make the best movie you can. When Al Pacino's coming off The Godfather 2 says no, and then you get Harrison Ford, it's still great. But it would have been greater with Al Pacino.
Right,
I just resent that he just feels that he can just shit all over these great movies that are offered to him. It just shows he doesn't have a brain in his head.
I can't. This is a surprise. I cannot believe that you're down on Al Pacino. I'd like to welcome to the stage a expert of movies. So he says, Gregg Turkington. All right.
It's movie time!
There he is. All right. Come on in. Let's stay on me for a sec here. Up. We got some popcorn.
Hey, guys. It's movie time.
Yes, good to see you. You got a full popcorn there. And what's going on with this van? What's the deal with this hunk of junk?
This is the secret, I promise you, that I've been working on. It's the VFA Expert Tour Van, and we're going to be conducting a series of movie-related tours for true movie buffs over the next few months around the Hollywood area.
All right.
Can I ask you this, Tim? What is the most prolific series in motion picture history?
The most prolific series in motion picture history, that would be Godfather.
No, there's only 4 of those.
Okay.
Three or four of those.
James Bond?
James Bond, there's been a few of those. 20 of those?
25.
25, okay.
25 James Bond movies. How about Marvel? We all know about that one. Ant-Man.
A lot of Marvels, yeah.
How many have there been?
I don't know.
27.
27, okay.
There is a series that is actually the most successful movie series of all time, more prolific than any of those. And on the VFA Expert Tour, we're going to kick off the season by doing a tour of locations from that series. That's
of what?
The Blondie movies.
I don't know what that is.
Bringing up Baby or Blondie's
Based on
Big
the
Adventure.
comic strip?
Yeah. Leave It to Blondie. And we're going to kick off the VFA Expert Tours probably next month. The vehicle's ready to go. And we're going to be driving folks around and showing the different locations from all 28 Blondie movies. And every tour gets a special gift bag. You've heard about these Oscar gift bags that are in the news? Everybody on the VFA Expert Tours gets a gift bag. And trust me on this one, it's a lot better than what Oscar's giving out. It's actually movie related. It's not just perfume and designer bags.
Okay.
My contract with High is expiring at the end of this month, as you know. And because I've been working with AMC and other networks, this might be my last Oscar special with you, and that's fine with me. Next year, you may see me on AMC.
Well,
all movies count. AMC.
We would be very grateful, I think, to move things along and get some real expertise and actually somebody that knows what he's talking about.
Well, you've tried that, and it didn't work. So,
all right. Do you want to? If this is your last, if this is your last Oscar special with us, then
well,
let's
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that if you're so angry because I'm talking about something that could actually prove very beneficial to the High Network, this expert tour van. And if you come on all belligerent when I'm just here to give my Oscar picks, which a lot of people are looking forward to because I actually have ahead of time the sealed envelope with the winners of the Oscars tonight. And I was going to reveal those on air and let everybody learn ahead of time. And to me, that's a big scoop. If you don't appreciate that, then, bring Manuel out here and you guys can play some of your horrible music. But I thought that the viewers would be interested in knowing ahead of time who's going to win and who's going to lose as you sing in your song.
Okay. Well, what are your thoughts and perspectives on tonight's Oscars? Who are you? What do you predict? What do you think is going to happen down the road tonight?
Tonight's going to be a night of what film buffs call Oscar symmetry. And that is something that, if you look at the history of the Academy Awards, there's always been a lot of Oscar symmetry. And that is where Oscar likes to take something that's happened before and then repeat it again. In this case, in 1962, West Side Story, clean sweep, 10 Academy Awards. Tonight, they're going to repeat it exactly, win the exact same 10 awards. Because it was exactly 60 years ago.
Okay.
And having it repeat, that's a big news story. And Oscar likes to get themselves in the news. So 10 for 10 with West Side Story is my prediction.
And what about your big surprise, whatever you want to call it, your big feature tonight? What do you have planned for us tonight?
We have a tribute to a movie that is coming out in the next year. A lot of great movies coming out next year. Deck of Cards, the Play-Doh movie. But probably one of the most talked about is Tim Burton's prequel to Willy Wonka. And that was an idea that he got from a letter that I sent him suggesting that he do something like this. And so we're giving sort of a sneak preview. We've actually constructed one of the sets from Tim Burton's Wonka right here on the High Ranch. We're calling it Wonka Land. We're going to give you a sneak preview of what Mr. Burton has up his sleeve, thanks to ideas that I wrote to him in a couple of letters, which I have as proof.
And yeah, you seem sort of subdued. You usually come out here dressed up as a big character. Do you have any Wonka costumes planned for tonight, or?
Let's just say no spoilers.
Okay, so you don't?
Well, I'm
or do. I mean, we just want to know what to look for.
Because I was giving a preview of the tours. This is my general tour guide costume, and we'll just see what happens after the break. There might be a new character on set here on the High Ranch, and it might be somebody that you know from movies made by Tim Burton.
The High Ranch has become the High Movie Ranch because we have the MGM Lion and I guess Scooby-Doo as well from the Scooby-Doo movies. So, hey guys, that's pretty neat. So, yeah, feel free to say hello to them throughout the night.
And we got, keep walking around and.
Looks more like the TV Scooby-Doo, not the movie Scooby-Doo.
With the MGM lion from all those early movies, Wizard of Oz and everything. And so what is this? You're working for the AMC now?
Yeah, a couple months ago, I sent over to AMC's office a copy of this certificate that I received as a certified Wizard of Oz expert. Maybe you've seen this before.
Yeah, you brought that up.
I sent over by certified mail, certified expert, certified mail, kind of cool. Sent this over to the AMC headquarters and said, hey, I'm available if you have any need for a Wizard of Oz expert. I heard back about a week later, and they said, we're actually cooking up a documentary on the Wizard of Oz and some of the curses that befell the production, and we'd love to have you on. So I went in and sort of gave my story, shared my expertise about the Wizard of Oz, and when I left, they said, we'll be in touch about some more stuff. And that's why I'm saying to you that I would prefer to be on a channel where movies are number one. Yeah. And based on my experience at AMC, that seemed to be the case. Based on my experience at the High Network, that hasn't been the case. So
well,
I would
it's not meant to be just a narrow lane of conversation. It's meant to be sort of for everything: food, family, entertainment, all that, music, and everything else.
But that's not what people want. So I would say
you don't know anything about what people want.
Well, I know that AMC doesn't spend
music,
time showing Dakar concerts because I
speaking
know
of
that
Dakar,
nobody wants
actually,
to see
speaking
that.
of music, and if you want to go get some chili, I have nothing left to say to you. You'll like this. What is celebrating its 100th year birthday today or this year?
Well, that's easy. The movie number 13, which was the first movie directed by
Alfred Hitchcock.
Alfred Hitchcock.
This is something Greg and I discussed, and we're going to have an opportunity tonight to celebrate, excuse me, and really honor, I think, a director that you're not going to hear him mentioned at the Oscars tonight. Nobody at the Oscars is paying attention that tonight is the 100th anniversary of the king of horror, Alfred Hitchcock. Tell me a little bit about this number 13 movie, because I didn't even know anything about this. I thought it was kind of interesting.
Some people who aren't buffs think, oh, Alfred Hitchcock's 13th movie was number 13. Actually, it was his first movie. And unless you have some sort of inside source, you'll never see it. You've never seen it, you'll never see it. Because it was never finished or released. But it was Hitchcock's first movie.
Wow.
And it was about an apartment building and what took place in room number 13.
Yeah.
Kind of cool. And it's my hope that if we shine some light on it tonight on this show, that perhaps some of Hitch's trusted colleagues, I'm looking at you, Tim Burton, might get together and actually complete this film using some of the footage that exists.
So have you seen this movie? Have you put eyes on this?
I can't say. It would be against the law to let, because there's copyright issues, you know.
Interesting. Jimmy Stewart or one of those guys?
No, it's actually even better. It's just want to make sure I pronounce the guy's name right here. Ernest Thesiger.
Yeah.
Started from.
I have no idea.
The Robe from 1951. So he went on to a great career after sort of wetting his whistle working with Hitch, the great Hitch.
Yeah.
And then Claire Greet, who you might remember from Third Time Lucky from 1931. She was the lead, the female lead. Unfortunately, she passed on in 1939, which may be why Hitch never returned to finish this film, in that the footage he had so far featured Claire Greet quite prominently. So you would have had to recast and probably do reshoots and
That's tricky.
But with CGI now, though, somebody like Tim Burton would have access to take the footage of Claire Greet and reanimate the mouth.
Let me interrupt you right now and just say that because we're honoring the great Alfred Hitchcock, we have a star from one of the Hitchcock movies, one of the Psycho movies, coming to speak with us tonight. So that's going to be exciting. No, and we also have, this is exciting. After the break, we're going to be talking to one of the stars of one of the Oscar-nominated movies this year. That's
Really?
pretty big. Yeah, we got one of the stars of one of the
Which one?
Oscar-nominated movies. Well, I want to tease. I want to make a tease for this. And what else are we going to look forward to when it comes to Wonka tonight? Do you have any clues?
Let's just say, if you're a Wonka head, this is going to be the ultimate Wonka experience. And we're going to see, well, if you're a Burton head too, you're basically going to see the first few minutes of Burton's Wonka prequel acted out live over here in what I'm calling Wonkaland. I'm going to take you guys on a little tour after the break, give you a sneak preview of that.
Alrighty, so you can come over here to reveal your Wonka reveal.
Well, okay. I think I do the reveal over there.
Do it wherever you want. I mean, I don't care where you do it.
Well, that's where the Wonka land
Go
is.
ahead over there.
Okay.
I don't. You're not. You're talking about.
Oh, okay.
You're talking about Wonka. What is it? What do you? Who are you? Who? I don't know. I don't see the Wonka movie. So who are you?
Willy Wonka.
Who are you? That's the question.
I'm Willy Wonka.
Okay. All right. No one. You didn't tell me what you're going to do.
You haven't seen the Wonka movies?
No, I don't watch children's movies. I'm watching Serpico.
You don't watch
Godfather,
any
these
movies.
No,
and it's not a children's movie. It's actually directed by Tim Burton, who has the gift of being able to direct for all ages.
All right.
Kids like it, but also probably the majority of the fan base are film buffs in my age range, and yours too.
What's happening with the Academy Awards tonight? What are the what's the vibe on the who's winning? Has anyone won? Has anyone won anything?
What they're doing is they're gonna give all the awards to West Side Story, and any that are left over they split between the remaining movies.
You had something
so
you
you'll
were
see
telling
some
shut
other
up,
movies
Chris,
get
shut
some-
up. You told me something that they were going to be doing something a little different this year.
What did I tell you?
That they're going to be showing a movie during
Oh, they're going to show a movie.
That just blew my mind. I can't believe if this happens, I'll give you $1 million.
They're going to show one of the movies that didn't win that's coming out. They're going to preview the entire movie near the end of the ceremony.
What?
They're going to show a movie.
Which movie?
I can't remember the name, but
a new movie?
Yeah, The Last something.
The Lost City?
The Lost City. They're going to show The Lost City.
How about that?
At 8 o'clock.
At the awards ceremony?
Yeah. Because the thing is that they have the best screen in the world, the Dolby Theater screen, and the best sound system, and you have a captive audience, so why not just show a movie? So that one, I haven't seen it yet. It's pretty new, but they're going to show the entire thing.
That sounds cool.
And I'm actually.
Are they going to show it on? So if you're watching at home, are you going to watch the movie at home with the audience at the theater?
So you'll hear the applause and the laughs.
The whole movie.
Yeah.
And you're saying that's happening tonight?
Mm-hmm. At 8 o'clock. So they want to get all the awards done 8 o'clock Pacific by 8 o'clock, and then they show this one. Because the ratings haven't been good. We actually had better ratings last year, I'm told, than the actual award ceremony.
That too, actually, yeah.
So they thought, well, people tune in because they want movies. Let's give them a movie. Just like I said to you, why do we have all this musical equipment here? Why didn't you just get, even if you just got a bed sheet or an unused billboard, you could have gotten on the drive here, I saw a billboard that said this space available, and otherwise it was white. You could put paper over this space available, move the whole billboard, mount it here, and we could be watching a movie.
No, we're not doing that. I think it's a bad idea. I think if you want to go see a movie, you go to the movie theater. You don't watch an awards show.
This would be an appropriate movie to watch tonight. Sylvester Stallone in the Oscar.
All right, well, why don't you go tinker with Wonkaland? I got another guest here. This is exciting.
You'd probably like this, The Fighting Kentuckian with John Wayne. Anyway, that's my idea. If Oscar,
I excused you, so please leave. I excused you, so please leave. You don't listen.
Maybe I won't come back too. Yeah, and I'll tell Scooby-Doo.
What?
I'll tell Scooby-Doo, you're not even Scooby-Doo from the movie, you're Scooby-Doo from the TV show, so Tim screwed up again.
Where's Greg? Where did he scurry off to? Get back here. We got more movie talk. See, it's funny how as soon as I start talking about movies, you scurry away like you're scared. I'm going to call you out on shit that you don't know shit about.
No, you told me to leave.
So sit down. What about James Bond? This asshole's dead. So you must be crying in your popcorn about that, huh?
Well, if you've seen more than one or two movies in your life, you know that characters do come back from the dead sometimes. So there's also such a thing as a prequel, which I was talking about earlier, giving a master class in what that is. But again, you were zoned out, not paying attention. But yeah, we could see Bond again as early as next year. And especially because they're going to want to break the Blondie record now that I've called that to their attention. 25 to 28, 4 more Bonds, and they hold the record. So
what are we looking forward to when it comes to this coming year, 2022, with movies?
it's going to be all about 3 movies in the next year, just 3. People are going to see these 3 movies over and over again. So somebody that would normally see 30 movies in a year will see each of these movies 10 times. That's how good they are. First one, Deck of Cards, which is actually something I've been working on.
Not going to happen, but go ahead.
Somewhere I have somewhere I've got a poster for it to give you, Tim, as sort of a present. But yeah, Deck of Cards is sort of the ultimate tale of the original Deck of Cards, how they got to be royalty, how they became kings and queens, and what role the Joker has to play in that. And then where do the numbers all come in? Mm-hmm. And the different, you've got the diamonds and the spades, and sort of like the West Side Story that is winning all the Oscars tonight. It has the 2 different groups. With Deck of Cards, there's 4 groups, so it actually kind of surpasses West Side Story in terms of drama. And that's going to be a pretty big movie. We are having to recast the king that Joe Estevez was playing because
so you're on the outs with Joe as well.
He changed his phone number because I was calling him and texting him about this, and then it's a dead number and somebody's
unbelievable the disrespect for Joe Estevez to stab you in the back as well as me is the highest level of betrayal I think I've ever seen. Maybe there's a couple people honestly here tonight who kind of qualify for that. So Deck of Cards is never going to come out. What's the other movie?
Wonka, which we're going to talk about
the big
throughout the night because it's going to be pretty big. Might not be Deck of Cards, but it's going to give it a run for the money. And then the Play-Doh movie, which is an interesting movie that was just announced recently and has really the potential to become a beloved franchise in the way that Lord of the Rings or Star Wars or the Star Trek movies.
Play-Doh,
the clay. Because with the Play-Doh, here's basically characters everybody loves. Everybody has made little characters out of Play-Doh, made little characters.
Playboy movie would be interesting.
Well, I think they've already made that. But Play-Doh.
I would love to see that, actually, an R-rated Playboy movie with the Tales from the Playboy Mansion.
We might see an R-rated Play-Doh movie because with Play-Doh, you have the ability, say you were going to make a new Star Wars movie, right? And you're bogged down with all this, like, oh, we got to have Darth Vader. We got to have Luke Skywalker. We got to have Han Solo. With the Play-Doh movie, basically whatever you can shape in your hands with the clay becomes a character in the movie. And that gives you, basically unlimited palette for as many movies as possible. They can do anything with that. The only limit is their imagination. So if I were the producers of the Blondie movies, I'd be scared.
So Play-Doh's the big movie. And we've been running this segment online. It's been a big hit. I don't necessarily agree with it. I don't think this guy should put an MD in front of his name or a DR. But we're going to, throughout the night, be focusing on because the Oscars are in trouble. Let's admit it. I don't think they're going to be back next year. I think that's it.
They call me the Patch Adams of movies.
They do? Who does?
The film buff community, because Patch Adams, played by Robin Williams, in I think it was 1987, 102 Minutes, was sort of a beloved doctor, and the Oscar doctor has become a beloved doctor. Even the Oscars themselves have been sending me anonymous notes and texts saying, thank you, this is just what we needed, because as you know, anybody can rewind and watch these tapes. I predicted that the Oscars were going to open up the voting to the public for Best Picture. And guess what they did this year?
They opened it up.
So I think they're looking to see what I'm going to say next. That's why we produced a series of 12 Oscar Doctor television programs or movies, really. And we're putting them out there for free in the hopes that Oscar takes heed.
All right, well, here's some doctor's advice from the Oscar quote-unquote doctor. He's not a real doctor. Gregg Turkington with some Oscar Doctor predictions.
hey, here's an award I've been suggesting for years, and I know it's a little bit biased, but what about an Oscar for Best Movie Critic? Because without the critics, you don't have the movies. That's a fact. Critics really give people guidance and expertise that helps them make informed decisions about which movies they'd like to see and which movies they'd like to skip. And it's high time these critics were awarded an Oscar of their own. So let's get that on the books for 2023. And hey, maybe Oscars ratings will go up 2 or 3 times what they were this year.
Here's a message from our new sponsor. I don't want to do this, but we have to. The VFA tours. VFA.expert. Why are we doing this?
Hey guys, it's movie time! Welcome to Hollywood, California, the starting point for the VFA Expert Tours. This is your ticket to the greatest sites in movie history. Climb aboard! And every tour includes a complimentary bag of popcorn. Let's get this tour started. Take you around and show you everything there is to see in Hollywood, California when it comes to great movie locations. Climb aboard.
Well, there you have it, Oscar. All the information you need to turn things around, to get you off your deathbed and onto the road to prosperity and top ratings. The people have spoken, and I hope you're listening, Oscar. These are some great suggestions, and I know you are listening because you already followed my suggestion for letting the people decide on the Best Picture Award, and that's, of course, what everyone's talking about this year, as how on cinema, in a sense, is merging with the Oscars, and that they're listening to our suggestions, and I hope you're listening to these today. What is the only Hitchcock movie with an unknown running time?
Unknown running. I would have to say, boy, I mean, if you're saying that no one's seen number 13, then it would have to be
That's it, number 13, because it was never finished, so it was never released either, so of course it has no running time. And I guarantee you, if it did have a running time, it wouldn't be 13 minutes. Probably 113 minutes would be appropriate. Or even 80 minutes, because that's the year that Hitchcock died, was 1980.
Let me say, because we are honoring Alfred Hitchcock, who's turning 100 this year, and I think it's important to remember that without Hitch, we wouldn't have horror, we wouldn't have thrillers, we wouldn't have mysteries, we'd have none of that. He is the king of horror and the king of mysteries.
And Friday the 13th, that series wouldn't exist.
Right.
Nightmare Before Christmas wouldn't exist. Nightmare on Elm Street wouldn't exist. The Halloween movies wouldn't exist. And these are beloved movies that wouldn't exist. So you've got to tip your hat to Hitchcock.
He's such an innovator. One of the big innovations he made is he was the first director, and I don't know if this is confirmed or not. Was he in the number 13 movie? Do we know?
We believe he was. My sources say he was.
What have we learned tonight from the Oscars? It seems like you've come up empty as we don't see West Side taking any awards. Can you comment on that?
I told you from the beginning, the 10 main awards, as in 1962, are going to West Side Story. And then the leftover awards
but let me ask you on this,
are being spread out amongst the other
people
movies.
People are writing me,
so,
and people are, hold on, people are begging me for answers on this. Because this is 9 years of us doing this. 9 years. And I've now found out by talking to actual sources, I've been looking at Entertainment Weekly and all the rest, is that there's not even a Best Actor and Actress nominated for West Side Story. So how are they going to win 10 major awards? And are you just full of shit?
You're talking to some idiots, basically, because they're following exactly what happened in 1962 tonight. It's called Oscar symmetry.
They're not doing any of that. Can we get an update on Oscar?
Well, look what won for
Did
best.
any West Side Story Oscars
but like Dune won for like best science fiction movie. Well, of course, West Side Story is not going to win best science fiction movie.
There's no category for best science fiction movie. What is this? Is this a joke?
And I just heard from one of my buffs that West Side Story won just another award for best supporting actress, which is the same award that Rita Moreno won in 1962.
Does anybody have that confirmed?
It's exactly as I predicted.
Who won Best Supporting Actress? Somebody tell me. Somebody in the control room.
Ariana DeBose for West Side Story, just like in 1962.
Troy from Coda. Who? Troy Kotzer. Ariana DeBose. No, Troy from Coda won.
No,
that's the truth.
No, for Best Supporting Actor.
What is going on here?
Symmetry.
Why do I bring you here if you're not going to give it to me straight?
Because I actually have been providing your audience who are completely disgusted with Dakar, and I'm getting all these messages from people that are saying, why is there going to be a Dakar?
Fucking awards.
Put the bat down. Everybody said, I know, and there have already been 2, and there's 8 more to go, and I told you the secondary awards.
Don't fucking lie to me anymore.
All right, well, you're not going to get any. You're not getting any more film expertise. I'm going to AMC, and I'm going to tell them,
good luck.
Well, I don't need luck. I already have been offered by AMC. I'm already on AMC. I'm already on it.
What evidence is there?
So you can keep broadcasting to your 6 Dakar fans. That,
sit down. All right, sit down.
Well,
sit down.
but I
apologize.
Yeah, but I need to get more popcorn, or I'm not coming back.
We'll get you more popcorn. There's a whole machine there, man. I'm tired of the deceit and the lies and the shit I heard from Tony. I don't know if it's true or not. I don't think it's true.
She never knew anything about movies. Well, I told you all along.
Sit down.
She doesn't know anything about movies. Who cares
that.
what she says about the Oscars?
I apologize.
Of course she lied about
but
that.
I'm sick of... I just don't know what to believe anymore. People are telling me one thing and lying to me about something.
Look on your phone. Ariana DeBose won, as I said, would happen. I'm the one that's telling you the truth here. The guys in Dakar tell you that they're good musicians. They're not.
I can't do this anymore. I can't. Wanda Sykes won.
No, that's the Emmys.
She's
That's
not even
television.
nominated.
That's a TV show.
I can't find it. Javier Bardem won. Hillary Swank. I can't. Jake Gyllenhaal won for Her. And screenplays from Belfast. Belfast won Best Screenplay. There you go. How come fucking West Side
Because that's
Story didn't win?
nonfiction. That's the best nonfiction screenplay. They have different awards, okay? The ones that West Side Story won in 1962.
What the fuck is this now, Greg?
Did you know that Alfred Hitchcock wasn't actually afraid of blood and guts and gore?
Was or was not?
Was not.
Was not.
So the things that happened in Psycho, Psycho 2, Psycho 3, and the remakes wouldn't have scared him. There was only one thing that scared Mr. Hitchcock.
Spiders?
Eggs.
Eggs.
Really?
Cooked or raw?
Raw.
Raw.
Here's an idea, Oscar. How about an award for Best Animal, Robot, or Alien? A lot of people love these characters, and they really are what make movies as popular as they are. So let's award those characters and give them their fair due. I'm talking about you, R2-D2. Maybe next year will be your year. We all love the beginning of a movie, but what about the ending? That takes real determination and skill for a movie-making team to come up with an ending, because nobody likes to leave a theater, so you don't want to leave it with an ending that's put you in a sour mood. You need a great ending. And how about we award that great ending with a new statue for Oscar for Best Ending of a Motion Picture. I propose this award be introduced in 2023 and that there be a total of 10 nominees for Best Ending. However, no spoilers, we can't actually discuss the ending during the award ceremony itself, even for the winner. So that's going to be a little bit of a mystery. Anyway, consider it, Oscar. I think it's a great idea. Hey guys, here's an award I'd like to propose that the Academy consider, something I've been hearing a lot of chatter about in the movie head community. It would be giving an Oscar to the first movie of the year. That would make December 31st a movie buff's dream. Instead of watching the ball drop, we'd all be sitting there waiting for the new movies to be released. Who can get it out first? At exactly 12 o'clock a.m. January 1st. Real competition, and it would really give the filmmakers something to aspire to. I hope you're listening, Oscar. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting Tim Burton's Wonka prequel, Wonka. This is the first scene from Tim Burton's new Wonka movie called Wonka. And we are visiting Wonkaland.
All right. What is this?
Welcome to Wonkaland! This is the Bucket household, seen in the first scenes of the famous Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. Because this is a prequel. This is
Wonkaland?
Because this is a prequel, Tim Burton is going to focus on the initial scenes from the Wonka movie. So that's why they're in the Bucket household.
Wonkaland is a bed?
If you've seen the movie, this is how the movie starts.
I saw the movie, Greg. And what is cool about the movie, what's exciting about the movie is Wonkaland.
This is a prequel, though. This happens before the factory is built.
Well, I want to see chocolate and Oompa Loompas.
Well, come over here and let me show you what we do have, which is pretty cool. Wonka chocolate, like you asked for, a Wonka bar. This is a scrumptious umptious bar. Here is a framed Jack Albertson signed autograph of Jack Albertson, as well as a golden ticket.
This is your plan tonight?
Here is an everlasting gobstopper.
Wait, shut up. You're telling me the whole plan tonight was to show a bunch of old mummies in a bed?
They're not mummies. These are some of the most beloved characters. That's Grandpa Joe. Well, I'm Grandpa Joe.
What is he talking about?
So I'm Grandpa Joe, Grandma Josephine, and Grandma Georgina, and Grandpa George. So in the new movie, they're going to be in here until, well, Charlie isn't even born yet because it's a prequel.
So why are they so old?
Well, they're younger than they were.
They look extremely old. They look very old.
They're still younger than in the movie, in the other one.
All right. So get in there and let's see your little demonstration.
Well, I'm not going to demonstrate the full scene. You got to buy a ticket to the movie.
What is? I still don't understand the point of this. What are we supposed to be looking at?
This is the beginning of the Wonka prequel.
It's fuck.
Jesus Christ.
Get down. Get down. All right, everybody get down.
Run.
So let us raise a glass and pay tribute to the greatest movie buff of all time, the true king of movie expertise, and my co-host for the evening, the one and only Gregg Turkington.
Hey guys, it's movie time!
Wow. Congratulations on 10 years of movie expertise. Gregg Turkington, everybody, let's hear it.
Congratulations on finally focusing on what's actually important, which is the movies and not extraneous issues.
All right, well, we are off to, what do you think of the big opening?
I was back there, but it sounded great.
Thank you. We're so happy to have you, and you're going to be guiding us through the incredible Oscars happening out there, just a few miles from where we are now. And we're going to have a great show tonight, celebrating 10 years of the master, the king. What do you have planned? Because I know you are off. You're always thinking about great ideas and how to make this special. But you've been busy. I know that.
Well, one thing I've been busy doing is giving Tim here a crash course in movies, and I'm proud to say that I actually showed him the entire James Bond catalog over the last few weeks.
We watched
and we had
them
a great
all.
time.
Yeah, the good and the bad, but not a lot of bad. There was some great movies.
I don't think there were any bad, but
No.
some of the trailers that they put on the tapes before the movies weren't great.
But what do you have in store for us tonight?
Well, tonight we're actually going to do something that I think you're going to see on the news tomorrow, everybody. It is an unprecedented feat, and it is going to be probably the most important moment in motion picture cinema history. It is a follow-up from our restoration of The Wizard of Oz Jitterbug scene, which won several awards, as you know. And it is the grandest finale yet to the 10 years of movie coverage that we've had here. So I don't want to give too much away, but definitely stay tuned.
This year was so big when it came to Pinocchio. For Pinocchio heads out there, this had to been a banner year. We got not one but two great Pinocchios, and it's just been really exciting to celebrate.
Next year's going to be better because my inside sources tell me there's actually 4 Pinocchio movies in production for 2024.
And so tonight, we are going to celebrate Pinocchio throughout the night. Let's go through the Oscar, because people are checking in on us to see what's happening at the Oscars. Talk about some of these movies. I want to ask you about Banshees of Irishmen, Anything, Anywhere, All at Once is a big movie this year. Of course, Avatar, directed by James Corden. So many great movies this year. Tar. What were your thoughts on some of these? What were some of your favorites?
Well, you know, a couple of the movies, this is also inside information that they're not going to tell you on the actual Oscar broadcast, but I'm going to tell you now. A couple of the movies behind the scenes, asked to be withdrawn from consideration. So they actually aren't going to be considered for Best Picture.
Do we know why?
I can't tell you what they are, but...
Do we know why they want to be removed?
It's because they're foreign films and they felt that they would rather be honored in their home country.
So something like The Banshees of Irishmen is an Irish movie, of course, shot in Ireland.
So they wanted to be honored in their home country. So those are out of contention. Another movie that's out of contention is Tar, because there was some confusion. Tar was actually the nickname given to Avatar. And so these guys came out with a movie called Tar, and the Oscar Academy thought, oh, Avatar, put it on the ballot, not realizing that that was a different movie altogether. And then they put Avatar on there, and that's very confusing. So they're kind of wanting to punish Tar for slipping in under the radar through those dubious means.
You got the Elvis movie.
That's not going to win, folks, because basically any movie under 120 minutes is not going to win the Best Picture Oscar. So you have this Women Talking, the Banshees, which we already know about that, but those are under 120. The Elvis movie is actually 159 minutes, but if you take out all the music, it's only 28 minutes long. So that's out.
Right. And the Abelmans, do we think Steven Spielberg is going to walk away with this again?
No, he's not. Okay. It all comes down to Oscar tradition. Oscar is very serious about its tradition. If there are sequels nominated, they're going to get the nod because they've already proven themselves. So we have Top Gun 2, Avatar 2. Now, between those two movies, which are both great movies, Avatar 2 is 32 minutes longer than the original Avatar. Top Gun 2 is only 20 minutes longer than the original Top Gun. So that's an easy one to choose. Avatar 2 is going to win. I also think tonight you're going to see something, and I'm going to preview it for you here first. When the production team for Avatar comes up to take the Oscar, you're going to see a couple of familiar faces amongst them that are going to surprise and shock everyone in Hollywood. You're going to see members of the Marvel creative team, because it is going to be revealed tonight that Avatar is actually part of the Marvel
cinematic universe. And yes, and you are going to see the next Avatar movie make that more clear, as it's going to start to incorporate some of the characters from the previous Marvel movies, and they're all going to merge together. But tonight you're going to find that out for real.
Well,
it's very exciting.
I'm excited to see that happen. I think the Avatar movies were the best movies of the year, and I do have a bone to pick, of course, with from Frasier. From Frasier, I can't remember his name. The actor from Frasier is in a movie called The Whale.
Right.
And I looked at that.
Frasier.
Yes. I looked at that and said, hello, we had done, basically written a script, had it greenlit, more or less, because of my involvement and your involvement, that the Whale Man was hoping to.
Whale Man, yeah.
Whale Man, not Mailman. And then we find out now that we have a movie called Whale. And what is the difference between a Whale Man, which in the character, what's his name, Kelsey Grammer, he is basically a whale. He's playing a whale. And if you look at, what's missing from that is they just took off the word man, but he is a man.
Orca, remember that one?
Yeah, but Whale Man should have been me, and whatever. We're gonna just let that go. But
they stole so many ideas from Decker back in the day, and it continues on. So
let me
that's
ask
the dark
you.
side of Hollywood.
Let me ask you, because everybody wants to know, a wise one, King. What are the prognostications you have for 2023? Because that's what I think everyone's excited about. Is the Oscars they're happening right now, folks. If you want to tune in on them, you'll find out probably quicker than we will. But what does 2023 hold in your mind as you look in the crystal ball of films? What are you most excited about or concerned about?
2023 is the year of 80 for Brady, obviously. This is a great movie, and everyone that I know who's seen it, there's nobody who's seen 80 for Brady just once, unless you just saw it that second. Everyone goes to see it again and again and again because it's that funny and that interesting. The problem is that there's another movie called Book Club 2, and that is coming out in 3 months with the exact same cast as 80 for Brady, Jane Fonda. So the problem is, Book Club 2 is also an excellent movie. Now, that is going to lead to what they call a logjam at the Academy Awards when they try to give Best Actress to Jane Fonda, but there's 2 different movies that she deserves them for.
Interesting.
So I have a solution, which I wrote a letter to the director of Book Club 2 with my proposal, and I know he will be watching tonight, and this is a copy of the letter. We'll post it online. Dear Mr. Holderman, that's his name, congratulations on the completion of Book Club 2. As a film expert and colleague, I have a suggestion that will ensure great success for your movie. As you know, Jane Fonda recently starred in 80 for Brady. Her performance will receive a Best Actress Academy Award nomination next year, which is well deserved. However, this would create a situation where her performances in Book Club 2 and 80 for Brady will be up against each other for the Best Actress Award.
It's a mess.
What I'm suggesting is that you recut Book Club 2 to minimize Miss Fonda's screen time, thus qualifying her to be nominated for Best Supporting Actress for Book Club 2.
That's smart.
So then she can actually win 2 Oscars in one night, which has never happened before, and would put her in the Guinness Book of World Records, which in a sense is as good as getting an Oscar. So that would be 3 awards for Jane Fonda next year. And then, as I said to Mr. Holderman, any footage that you remove from Book Club 2 to make this happen could be used for Book Club 3.
That's
best of all possible worlds. So you'll be hearing about this in the news as well.
Terrific. Yeah. A little update here. Tonight is all about Pinocchio. Apparently, Pinocchio just won for Best Picture. For Best Guillermo del Toro's movie won for the Best Picture, Best movie, Best
for the
cartoons.
Cartoons. Yeah.
So that's well earned. Congratulations, Pocono, for delivering on Oscar Gold, and thanks to Guillermo.
And we watched some of these Pinocchio movies too last month, which was really fun.
Speaking of Pinocchio, it's the 20th anniversary of Pinocchio 3000.
Yes.
A movie from 2003 with Howie Mandel and a number of great actors. a CGI version of Pinocchio.
Malcolm McDowell from
You got me on that.
Clockwork Orange.
Clockwork Orange.
Yeah.
But boy, 20 years of P3K. It's it's from that Shrek era of animation. It looks a little dated, but it's still a great movie.
It's a holiday movie, and because there's no holiday associated with Pinocchio, that's sort of a holiday movie to watch during the lesser holidays. 4th of July, President's Day. Get out your Pinocchio 3000.
As I know you do.
We're continuing to honor Gregg with a spin-off of my segment, Hollywood Spotlight, and it's called Oscar Minute. Up first, here's everything you need to know about Star Wars.
That was great. Kylie, I didn't know we had a second movie expert on staff here. That was a fantastic segment.
Now,
You've been doing your homework. That was very cool.
I thought you were going to grumble a little bit because she didn't mention Chewbacca.
Maybe in her next video.
Yeah, or there was.
that was really cool. Thank you.
Listen, I talk to people all the time that don't know. They're like, you say Star Wars, they say, huh? Right? So I think there's people out there that are kind of getting that baseline movie knowledge. They're getting up to speed, and it's part of what you do so well.
That's why I'm going to be doing some courses this summer at some of the colleges. It's teaching movie knowledge and also how to operate how to repair VCRs and things like that.
And you made a great. If people aren't following Gregg Turkington on Twitter, it's Gregg Turkington.
Mm-hmm.
You made a big announcement that pertains to tonight this week as well, isn't that right?
Yes.
Tell me a little bit about the VFN.
We are launching the first movie network by experts for experts. And by that, I think if you're a casual movie viewer, some of these films might be sort of above your level, but you should still check it out anyway. It's called the VFN, Victorville Film Network. And it's not ready yet, but it's going to launch later tonight.
It's launching tonight.
It's launching later tonight. There's still some bugs that have to be worked out,
Yeah.
but it's very cool because
So people will be able to access the VFN. How are they going to be able to access it?
Well, we don't want people to watch this instead of watching their home video collection on tape. However, some people commute to work. They're on trains. They're on buses. Maybe they're in a plane. Maybe they're at the beach. And so with this, you can actually watch these movies in VHS quality on your streaming devices. But also you can download these movies from our site to build a collection by downloading them, then dubbing them direct to videotape. And we actually provide a brochure, sort of a pamphlet on how to do that exactly, in case you're not a techie.
So the VFN, where are people going to be able to find this?
It's going to have a website address, and we're still working on that, but we're going to have it later tonight. We just have to finesse some of this stuff.
Okay, well, stay tuned because as soon as we have that information ready for you, we'd love to share it with you.
Yeah.
The VFN, that's exciting, almost like taking on some of the big streaming services out there.
Yep. But you're allowed to download anything and keep it, which is unlike Netflix that has all these walls built because they don't really care about movies.
Okay, well, that's exciting, and I'll be your first subscriber on the new VFN.
I already have a pass for you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Yeah.
And
the password? Bond, James Bond.
Well, don't give that away. You don't want to give.
Well, all right.
Change
Bond,
the
James
password.
Bond 2.
No, well, don't give that away. Don't say the password anymore.
Right. Hey guys, welcome to Forgotten But Not Gone. This is a show where we look at 3 great stars who you won't find here at Hollywood's famous Forest Lawn Cemetery because they are very much forgotten but not gone. Our first star is Neely Adams. She was born in the Philippine Islands back in 1932 and made her debut in 1952's Grubstake with the late Jack Klugman. And she went on to appear in 2 popcorn classics, Choo Choo and the Philly Flash, which co-starred the late Jack Warden, and Buddy Buddy with the late Walter Matthau, before retiring from acting and settling down to a life of being forgotten but not gone. Congratulations, Neely. How can we forget Darryl Hickman? His first movie was in 1936 when he played Ronald Colman's son in the original Prisoner of Zenda. He went on to star in The Grapes of Wrath in 1940 and is the last surviving cast member. Finally, rounding out his career with a great appearance with the late Peter Finch in 1976's Network. He's now 91 years old and completely forgotten, but not gone. Congratulations, Darryl. Jim Dale. Now, he was a star of Carry On Jack and several other movies in the Carry On series over there in England back in the 1960s. And he also starred in a movie called Digby, the Biggest Dog in the World in 1974, and then went on to work with a great late Don Knotts in Hot Lead and Cold Feet that also starred the late Jack Elam. But Dale survived and is still very much with us today, forgotten but not gone. Forgotten but not gone.
We're still honoring Gregg, and if we could just quickly give him an opportunity to explain.
Mark, this is a segment we call Dream Tapes, where we're seeing the actual videotapes as they will look when these Oscar nominees, all the different Oscar nominees, come out on videotape. So this is sort of a peek into the future, and we're also using it as sort of a scoreboard or a tally sheet to keep track of how many Oscars each movie wins. So in this case, Everything Everywhere All at Once won Best Supporting Actress, Best Supporting Actor. So we have back here, Mark, these are the tapes for every, hold them up, for every one of the different nominations, the categories. So as the movies win each category, we put it underneath the tape, and you'll be able to see in real time which movie is most successful this year by how high the tape rises based on which awards that it wins. And I need to do it?
All right, let's take a look and celebrate.
Wait, what was it? When Mark walked on that, did you hear the crunching sound?
These
look like real tapes to me.
They are real
because you told me that they were simulating a carpet made of tapes.
No, you misunderstood. These are prop tapes. They're not real tapes. They're not from your collection. I made sure that. And
look at, well, what is this?
These tapes can be ruined because they're not real tapes. Okay,
that sounds like a real tape to me.
It is a real tape in the sense that
this is a real tape.
It is a real tape. It's just not from your collection. Okay, so don't worry about the tapes. This is set design. And there's probably 20 copies of all these movies somewhere that you can replace.
Some of these are really rare, and they are for my collection because I don't think whoever works for you would be able to find some of these tapes because these are rare tapes.
I think it's going to be. I think you should chill on this and sit back down. I think it's a very nice tribute to you. Speaking of
this
tribute,
is interesting that Daddy Longlegs with Fred Astaire has a $6.99 price tag on it because I bought that for $6.99. So I'm going to think that's my
I'll cut
copy.
the next segment if you don't shut up, because you're going to want to watch the next segment because it is a tribute to you and your movie expertise.
Well, this is some way to pay tribute to me.
Let's take a look at this beautiful tribute
ruin my
to Gregg
tapes.
Turkington.
It's not really much of a tribute.
Sit down. You're my shot. Sit down. Gregg Turkington, my sidekick.
Hey, guys.
Hey, guys. Made a little film, put it together, and I'm proud to share it with you all here today. There's always time to reverse it.
More to this than that.
What you got here?
It's Christopher Lloyd. So we're going to just take a little look at the archives that we've brought here today. This one's for Bilbo. This one's for Peter Jackson. Viva el Oscar!
What is show them the time?
honestly, I think it deserves it. It was a great movie.
I'm surprised these are not popping yet. That's crazy.
Come with me, Mr. D. Oscars, as far as I know, and I do know these things, and this was something very different.
All right, we are back here celebrating Gregg. I thought that was nice. We'll say hi to our friends over here. We got some great looking audience members here. I'm going to ask a question to the AMC employees, Gregg's. Some of them have left or something. Are they going to the bathroom or something like that? Where are the? If you're an employee, if you work with Gregg, stand up. What's he like as where does what does he do at AMC anyway?
No. What I want,
Let him talk. Yeah, he cleans the posters. Hank, give him the mic.
Hello. Gregg is really good at cleaning the posters. He's great at cleaning out the popcorn machine.
What are his hours like? What's your name?
My name is Sam.
Sam, what kind of hours does Gregg work?
He's there probably 15, 20 hours a week. I don't think he has full-time status, but we see him in there pretty often.
Well, thank you very much.
Yep.
Thank you all for being here, and thank you for your service at the AMC.
Yeah, happy to be here.
Let's bring the mic back to Hank. And how's the sales going? How's everybody enjoying the chili? Let's hear it for the chili.
What is wrong with this popcorn? This popcorn is awful.
It's chili popcorn.
Get out of...
Well, it tastes horrible.
Gregg, you're in
Do you have any regular buttered
now.
popcorn?
No, sorry, I prepared it beforehand because there's not enough.
Can you
room on the
make some
stand
that doesn't
on the
have
cart
this chili powder? If you look at this, it looks like there's dirt. It's horrible. It
tastes good to me.
Taste it.
All right.
It's horrible.
Hank, I'm sorry about that. I think it tastes fine. Let's
can you
do this.
pop some real popcorn because I can't eat.
We don't have the popper here. We make it at home at the kitchen. But
all right,
I could offer you some chili, or there's toppings over there.
20th anniversary to happy birthday to Pinocchio 3000.
And I wish they do Pinocchio 3020 this year. That would make sense.
Yeah. And again, tonight we are honoring Pinocchio. We got a lot of fun in store. We got a Pinocchio.
Oh no! Hey!
Okay.
Can we get a cleaning crew? This is not good. This affects at least 30 takes.
Well, that's just easy to clean. I apologize for that. And all right, well, let's just mark this. I got all over my shoes here. All right.
Can we get a mop?
No, just calm down. All right, I apologize about the tape, but let's. It's a heavy. That cake was too heavy, and it didn't have a good center of gravity to it. That was going to be for everybody too, because we don't have any dessert. We have some M&Ms. Yeah. Don't worry about that. It's just frosting and sugar. It's going to come off no problem. These tapes are ruined anyways.
The ink is already smearing, so.
Listen,
we get.
That's good. All right, we got a special. Sit down. We're going to fix it. Sit down. And listen, hey, I'm sorry about this, okay? Just sit down. The tapes are fine. We'll get
Tapes
this
are
washed
not
up.
fine.
The tapes might be fine, but the covers aren't fine.
Raise a glass to Corbin Bond. Greg's put together some shit about Bond that we're going to talk about right now. Show's yours. Do it from over there.
Hi.
Throne. You earned it, the king. The king of movies, right over there. Dressing like he slept in a fucking dumpster tonight for his big night. Go ahead.
This is a segment called Hidden Bonds that I prepared, which looks at James Bond movies that are hidden Bonds. By that I mean that they weren't released as Bond movies, but they star James Bond actors, and they basically are James Bond movies because they're spy sorts of movies, but they had to use a different name. So the first one is The Fourth Protocol from 1987. Joe? A pre-Bond Pierce Brosnan stars as a double agent, so kind of a foreshadowing there because he later became James Bond. Much of this is filmed in London, so it's not just a hidden Bond, but possibly an unofficial Bond as well. Cats and Dogs 2, The Revenge of Kitty Galore from 2010 stars one of the best Bonds, Mr. Roger Moore. He plays the head of Meow's headquarters, a spy agency suspiciously similar to M16. To make this even more of a hidden Bond, Roger's character is named Tab Lazenby, which is a last name very familiar to Bond heads everywhere, if you know George Lazenby. Another hidden Bond is The Rocketeer from 1991. Timothy Dalton plays a spy named Neville Sinclair. In this movie, he's actually a Nazi spy, so a little different from Bond, but nonetheless, it still qualifies as a hidden Bond. Never Too Young to Die. That sounds like a Bond movie, but it isn't. It's from 1986. It stars George Lazenby, the original and still the best James Bond, as a secret agent named Drew Stargrove, and co-stars John Stamos and Gene Simmons. It's 97 minutes long.
All right. Any more?
The Terrorists from 1970. We actually have a couple dozen.
No, we're doing one more. Pick it. Pick it. You have one more.
But I want to do all of them.
You'll do them on your own time on the, what's your website? What's the
VFA, Victorville Film
VFA
Network.
Yes. Then you can put them up there.
VFN.expert.
VFA.expert. Put them up. Put them up there.
VFA.expert.
When's that going live?
I don't know. When is that going live? Maybe in
soon. You can,
30
if you
minutes.
want to spend your time learning tracks
30
like
minutes.
this, you can check out the VFA.expert. It's not ready yet.
No.
Go ahead. Well, you got one more.
The Terrorists was Sean Connery from 1974.
You're going to do more damage than good down there. Stick around. We got so much more coming your way on the 10th Annual On Cinema Oscar Special. Thanks for joining us. We'll be back with a command performance celebrating the great Gregg Turkington by Axiom and Manuel. No longer a part of Dakar.
Don't step on the tapes.
Greg, tell us a little bit about your big finale. Do you have any... I know you're working on your dream tapes over there. What's the latest with the Oscar winners?
The best costume went to the Black Panther.
Which we don't have a tape of.
Well, there was one here.
Okay. Tell us a little bit about...
You know what? It's probably got glued onto
No, none of the new movies are on here. These are old movies nobody gives a shit
Well, how
about.
can you tell with the frosting?
Well, come on. I mean, who's watching the full Monty?
Find the Black Panther because it won the best costume.
Full Monty. No one gives a shit about that. What about...
You watched it and you liked it about 2 weeks ago.
I'm sure. Look at they got TV shows here. What the hell is Monty Python?
Well, I'm glad that's what the TV shows should be doing here, but the movies shouldn't have been there.
All right.
And also find the Black Panther Wakanda because
that's not out on VHS tapes.
No, but these are the dream
All right,
tapes.
calm
If you
down.
paid any
Hey,
attention to the
lower your
segment-
voice. Jesus Christ. Listen, Greg, tell us a little bit about your big Oscar surprise coming at the end of the show tonight. Do you have any little clues you can give us?
Well, I can tell you this, that basically we're correcting something that they couldn't have corrected or done when this movie was originally made. So it's kind of an updated version that will blow your mind.
I have talked with the Pet Boys, and they've agreed to have you be the producer of the Pet Boys film universe. $25 million.
$25,000.
Million.
$25
million.
$1,000.
I wanted it to be millions.
No, sir.
You would not make a movie for 25,000 with all
I
the...
could definitely make a movie
Can you?
for 25,000.
Okay,
We did
well-
deck of cards for a
Okay,
lot
here's
less than that.
25,000. Someone wrote the check wrong. It was supposed to be
This is
millions.
if this is real, this is cool. If this is real, this is very
It's
cool.
very real.
Yeah, we have our website, VFA Expert. It's now live. You can go on and check out some of the movies, some classics, some popcorn classics, quite a few popcorn classics, which you can download now and start the process of converting to videotape.
Did you know Gregg Turkington has seen more movies than almost anyone? And did you know that his VFA collection holds the world record as the most thorough and most well-organized collection in the world?
That calls for a drink.
Congratulations, Greg. Let's all raise a glass for many more years of expertise from the only buff that matters.
All right, love. Let's get you back in the deck. What do you say, hey? Let's shuffle. Shuffle off to Buffalo. Come on, let's go.
Gregg Turkington just went over there. He's here for Oscar
Hey,
coverage.
guys.
It is Oscar night. We know that, so we do want to check in on that occasionally through the night. We are so excited.
Hopefully they will step aside once the Oscar ceremony starts.
Can I get back to this?
To what?
To what I'm here to talk about, because I want to tell everybody what to expect
finish
tonight.
it up so we
Shut the
can
fuck up. Shut up.
You
Turn
had
his mic
3
off.
days for your convention, and now it's Oscar time. You had 3 days to do this.
All right. Can we? Yeah, we'll just roll through it. Just turn his mic off and stop pointing a camera at him. There's no reason to have a camera on him. But we are going to now, if you want to talk quickly now about, you have an update on the movies. We can get into that. Gregg Turkington.
Hey guys, it's movie time, but more importantly, it's Oscar time. And I actually have forecasts for every major award, as well as some new segments you've never seen before. One in particular I think you're going to like, called Movie Links, which if they have an Oscar for segments on the On Cinema Oscar special, this would win it. We're going to get into who's going to win this year, which is a very difficult question to answer because, in fact, this was what we call a perfect year for movies. In that sense, all 10 movies nominated for Best Picture were 5 bag of popcorn movies. So that makes it very hard for Oscar to decide which one to give the coveted gold to. But I happen to know through my inside sources who's going to win it, and I will reveal that to you when I get onto the stage. I'm not going to do it back here. Tim is going to bring me up, and we're going to get into some serious Oscar coverage.
So, Greg, what else is going on in the movies?
This is going to be an interesting year for movie buffs. Jumping ahead, because I want to say, you said I could do the Oscar forecast on the stage, so I'm not going to do that now. But there is a new system that's going to make watching movies, cataloging movies, going to the movies, making decisions on what movie to see.
I'm going to do the keynote now. We're going to save what you have to say.
You just asked me to tell them about the PQRS system that I've developed that is actually everyone from Tim Burton to George Lucas has been interested in this thing. This is a new coding system for movie titles that makes it easier for buffs to know exactly what they're going to see. For instance, say you had a movie like Star Wars, the title of the movie, or Jaws is another one that people know, or Aliens, the title of the movie will now include a 1 for the first part of a movie franchise. So say Midnight Cowboy came out, it would come out as Midnight Cowboy 1. Then the PQRS works like this. When you have a sequel, if it's a sequel, say Jaws 2 would be called Jaws 2S. If it's a prequel, the title would be Jaws 2P. And if it's a remake, then it would be Jaws 1R, like a remake of Jaws, say Psycho, the remake of Psycho, because Psycho would now be Psycho 1. So the remake of Psycho would be Psycho 1R. But then if, say, the second movie, basically a sequel to the remake, would be Psycho 2SR. So that's something we've been working with, and I'm going to tell you a little bit more about it later tonight.
Yeah, this is not,
hey guys.
This is not starting well.
It's movie time. This has been an interesting year for the Oscars, for movies in general, and that, as I mentioned before Tim interrupted me, which does happen, all the movies nominated for Best Picture this year are 5-bag-of-popcorn movies. So,
time out 1 second. Thank you for covering for me for a sec. I want to apologize. We had a corrupted file here, and we're working on it, so we will get back to the presentation in a little bit. Did you had something on movies?
Yes. We're going to do an Oscar forecast, which probably you don't have much to add because you didn't watch any movies this year.
I can't. I mean, we went over that. I'm restricting films for my health.
Well, basically this year it would be a 10-way tie for Best Picture. Oscar's not going to do that. It's bad for the ratings. So they have to look at secondary characteristics when making their decision. We have a chart here that I prepared of the Best Picture the Best Picture winners by starting letter. Over the years, the letter G has won 12 Oscars. Gone with the Wind, of course, Gandhi, that sort of thing. There's no movies this year that start with the letter G. However, the second most winning letter is A. And this year we actually have 2 movies nominated for Best Picture that start with A. We have Anatomy of a Fall and American Fiction. Okay. You have to look then at, I guess the third characteristic is the running time, because that would be a 2-way tie. Oscar doesn't want to have a tie for Best Picture. Yeah. So Z isn't going to win. The Zone of Interest, which actually was it had the shortest running time, so it's not going to win. But also there has never been a movie that started with Z that won for Best Picture in the history. Also J, Q, V, and X are the unlucky letters in Oscar history. So you're going to go to the A's because there's been 11 movies that won Best Picture that started with A. You're going to go, it's going to be between Anatomy of a Fall and American Fiction for Best Picture. And you're going to look at the, not the secondary, the tertiary, they call it, characteristic between those movies. Anatomy of a Fall, 152 minutes. American Fiction is 117 minutes. So the Best Picture tonight, place a bet on it, call Las Vegas, call a bookie. I can tell you with 100% accuracy, the Best Picture this year will be Anatomy of a Fall.
All right, that's our Oscar coverage for the night. I think.
No, because I have to do the Best Actor, Best Actress, and
all that matter. If you wanted to lead up to continue this through the night, you would maybe start with actor, actress. But what you did was you jumped right to the end of the.
That's because you said I was going to be out earlier doing this, and at the last minute.
Well, we have all night, but you just blew your load on the Best Picture. So I think that's. It would be anticlimactic, you understand, to go back and to rehash.
Best Director is as important as Best Picture.
I don't.
Or Best Actor. How many people here care who wins Best Actor? Put your hands up.
Well, if they cared, they would be at home eating popcorn, watching it.
No, they came here because this was advertised as an Oscar special. That's why they're here. They didn't come here to buy MottoCon merchandise.
Thank you, everybody.
They came
We're
here
going to take a quick
find
break.
out about the Oscars.
But let me say something. If you want to watch, if you care so much about the Oscars, you can go home to wherever you live and sit in your home or your apartment,
or come over to my booth and I'll talk to you about it.
And if that matters so much to you, what are you doing here? So thank you, guys. We're going to take a quick break
because
here
this
and
was
try to
advertised that I was going to be giving Oscar commentary, which we do every year.
You're
do not
very
usually-
bitter. You know what? You sound very bitter and very angry. It's very unbecoming, and it's really a turnoff. And I apologize to everybody. Like I said, churros, funnel cakes, cotton candy, all open on the house, courtesy of me and the Amato Group. So everyone
Yeah,
get a
because
little
they were going to
snack.
throw it all away because it hasn't sold because nobody's here.
All right, everybody. We're going to get the keynote back on track. High network mugs. How cool is that? And so much more. So you, I want you to talk about this merch. I got to get up on stage because we've got coming up in a minute or two, we've got a pretty exciting segment with Joey P. talking about Scotch.
Is this any of this stuff sold?
Little openers here. We have the little beer
Nobody cares. Kylie, I got something for you that I think is very cool. I know you have a sweet tooth, and I know you love Harry Potter, so I picked this up. It's a Harry Potter chocolate frog, which is pretty cool.
Thank you,
Go ahead and
Greg.
eat that. And then, what would you wash that down with if you're a Potterhead? Butterbeer.
Oh, no, you didn't.
So you can have that too. If we were selling those here, they'd actually make some sales, but unfortunately not. But yeah, those are for you. So
Thank you so much.
happy Oscar night, and
Thank
we'll talk
you.
later about Harry Potter.
I'm going to eat this later because my dress is a little tight. I'm going to leave this here. I'll pick it up later.
Greg, did anybody win an Oscar?
I don't know. The only one I know so far is the best screenplay, which was American Fiction, and they're still waiting on some of the other awards. Joe, they're doing the best song right now, so
That's too much.
I always tune that part out. Yeah. That should be on the Grammys, not on the Oscars.
Oh, that's a good point, you know? I mean, I want to
I don't have a clock, so I don't know how long a minute.
In the Grammys to win an Oscar.
I don't know how long.
If you're going to have songs during the Oscars, then they should have movies during the Grammys, which would be an improvement over the Grammys. But I think the people that watch the Grammys would be annoyed if suddenly there's a Best Picture award at the Grammys.
Yeah.
But that's why I'm annoyed with the best song.
Because you know where you're at there with your company. You could suggest that. I mean, because you're a pretty big deal there.
Go to the out in the front of the registration desk. There's a iPad out there. You just take the QR code and scan these. But those are probably there's a limit on that. I don't think you can take that much
to do Oscars.
All right.
That's what he told me.
You
get 3 minutes, and I had to fight to get more time because 3 minutes isn't
There'll
enough
be
for
there'll
best,
be
best
congratulations.
picture,
There'll be a
let
cap.
alone
Just
best
want to let
actor,
people know there will be a cap on
actress,
how much you can
actress,
redeem
director,
on that.
screenplay, which is American
And
Fiction.
Well, you don't even have time.
we're going to take a quick break here.
We have some winners too.
I also want to say this just came in. This just came in. It's a little bit unrelated. Greg, I don't know if you picked
Best
up
original
on
screenplay.
Huh?
Best original screenplay just came in.
Okay. Thanks for that.
Well, I didn't say who it was, but I'm
Well,
ready.
I want to share this with you, Greg, because I think this will be of importance to you. Our friend Mark Pork, who has been on the show in the past, was involved in an accident this afternoon.
What?
Somebody just told me during the break. He was putting I guess he has a bicycle, he was putting in the front of a city bus, and a car backed up into the front of the bus and pinned him between the bus and the car.
Oh, you all right?
And I don't know if that's something you live through or not, but I think it's a case where he's pinned between those two, and if they pull the car forward, he's going to bleed out or whatever. So they're trying to deal with the situation right now. But Mark's in very grave danger and not likely to pull through. But all we can do is wish him the best. And any thoughts on that, Greg?
He's pretty tough. I think he'll be fine.
Well, you mean they got him out from between
Greg,
the buses.
do you have something to report?
Yeah, actually, remember at the beginning of the show, anybody that was watching from the beginning remembers about my theory about the letter A and its importance in Oscar tonight. Well, Anatomy of a Fall, which is one of the two movies that starts with A, just won Best Original Screenplay. And then, as mentioned earlier, American Fiction, again, the letter A, won for Best Adapted Screenplay.
Wow.
So
that's good work, man.
Yep.
You're making a believer out of me, Greg. That's terrific.
We'll have more updates shortly. Also, I have a kind of a surprise. It's a segment that I'm sure anybody who's been watching so far has been waiting for more movie segments, and we actually have quite a few coming up. Also, Tim, if some of this stuff is dragging on and stuff and you want to cut to me, I can do Popcorn Classics, because we actually have hundreds, if not thousands, of Popcorn Classics right here at this table.
Understand.
And we can do impromptu Popcorn Classics at any point.
Like I said, I've told you this. I told you this on Friday, and I told this yesterday that I asked you not to bring all that crap because it's not the tenor, it's not the tone of the convention here.
Well, this is an Oscar. I mean, I don't see what gutter wants have to do with Oscars. Whereas I actually have several Oscar-winning movies here, everything from Pretty Woman to Casablanca, Gone with the Wind. I think that people watching are more interested in that than your insurance salespeople.
All right. Well, it looks like crap, and it's not what it's not the vision I had for this. And I don't know who invited that guy either. And Joe.
Yeah.
Get somebody from the hotel to move things on that side of the room. I can't keep looking over there and seeing you. All right. You have anything else about you've been in Rialto now all weekend. Anything you can tell us about Rialto?
Yeah, actually, one of the things I've been doing here is shooting some new segments for On Cinema On Location, which has been the most popular segment in On Cinema history, actually. And we actually did 4 On Cinema On Location in Rialto segments that people are pretty excited about. So let's see one of them now. Rialto, California. Every street has a story, and these are just but a few on Cinema On Location. Hey guys, this is Gregg Turkington with On Cinema at the Cinema On Location, and we are here at a very historic site. This was the former location of the safe house that Humphrey Bogart ends up in after he gets hit in the head with a gun in The Big Sleep from 1947. The actual safe house building is long gone, but this is the actual spot where it used to be back in 1947. Humphrey Bogart walked here in Rialto. Back to you.
It was just Joey's take.
But here he is. He's live on camera, live out there into the world, live in front of an audience, and we wanted to give you an opportunity to give your Joey's takes.
We got to get him to Joe's just a little loud. Yeah. So
you're doing Oscar predictions?
Well, let's get here Joey's take live right here. Rialto, California.
Not Oscar prediction. We're actually doing Joey's takes, like reviews of new movies coming out.
Okay.
Yeah,
cool.
yeah. So I'm going to intro the first movie is Prey. That's Prey, not Prey, and it's directed by Mukunda Michael DeWill, I think it said, and it's starring Mina Suvari, Emile Hirsch, Ryan Phillippe, Dylan Flashner. And a young couple is compelled to leave their Christian missionary station in the Kalahari Desert after being threatened with death by an extremist militant gang. After crashing their aircraft, they must battle man and beast for their lives. So, let's kick it off, Greg.
What did you think of that, Greg?
Yeah.
I thought he was doing an Oscar forecast, and I didn't know you were doing new movies. Because we've been doing this, and Tim had, because I had set up my stuff and all, I didn't see this movie, but I would see it normally, but because we're doing the show, this MottoCon, so I haven't seen it, but I will see it, and I'll give it a review.
So
but you should give Oscar forecasts or talk about movies that came out.
No, I just want to clarify
that I've seen too.
You saw this movie Friday. You made time.
Yeah,
Joey's been busting his ass all
I went
weekend.
to a really, really late night one to get it in.
And so he fit it in, but you were
But you
busy
didn't
over there
tell
with
me
track.
that I should be reviewing this for this show.
Why wouldn't you be seeing Prey?
I'm going to see it tomorrow. But the thing is, I was here because you told me to be here to help set up.
We were all here.
Chairs and all
Yeah,
that. But
it's fine.
I think people assume that you're seeing these movies when they come out.
Well, I am seeing it's only been out for 2 days, so you don't always see everything on the first day. I usually do, as opposed to you that never hasn't seen a movie in a year.
Don't bring that up. That's you know I have a condition, so I don't think it's fair to bring that up. But I'm definitely not going to see this movie. In fact, I'm going to talk about.
Well, I definitely am, and I'm going to have a review. But the thing is, you should have told me. You should have given me the titles.
Why
and
am
then
I
would have
telling?
seen the
Should I be
movies.
telling you to brush your teeth and wipe your ass and eat 3 meals a
Well,
day?
you told me to
drink
come and
water
set up
go to sleep?
chairs. You told me to come and set up chairs.
Well, I think I'm surprised, and I apologize, Joey, because I thought you guys would have a spirited debate here, but your partner here, your sparring partner, showed up without his gloves on.
No, because you didn't. This is
What am
a
I
setup.
All right, what other movies did you get a chance to check out?
Should I do Joey's take on Prey, though?
No.
Yeah,
we
let's do
should.
it. I mean,
So
we're
at
here.
least there's one
We're here.
review on Prey, which is a really, really good movie. I highly recommend this movie to all you guys.
I'm going to see it.
Stars Ryan Phillippe. I mean, that alone is worth the price of admission. I love that guy. Great actor.
He's great.
Phillippe. Ryan Phillippe. Yeah, it's not Philippe. But yeah, this movie, you know what it reminded me of? It reminded me of Predator. It has a lot of elements, not big muscular guys out there. It's a different type of Predator film, but it's that idea of survival.
Another PR movie. PR.
What's that now?
The letters in the title.
Did you check out any other movies, Joey?
Well, I got to give I give it 3.5 stars, and I recommend.
How many?
I
don't do it. Come on, man.
I don't do that, but
Drop that.
if you want to do the conversion, I think people like that. So
I think it's 4.
But you haven't seen the movie, so you're going to give the movie.
I'm going to convert
you
for
could
him.
convert for the people, for Joey's takes.
I haven't seen the movie, but I will see it tomorrow, and I will give an update, the official on cinema review on the High Network website.
But the 3.5
tomorrow,
stars in popcorn would be I don't
like
do that.
4.15, I think.
4.15 about. So for those that do popcorn, 4.15. Well, either way you look at it, good movie. Recommend you go see it.
I'm going to see it. So
yeah.
He's
And
not
and
talking to you. He's talking to the people watching
Greg
at home.
can watch it at some point when he's not busy.
I'm going to watch it tomorrow. I had
do
kind of a
reviews on
present
movies
for each of you
coming out.
guys. It's kind of a cool thing to do on a, you think of Oscar night as like a fun night like Christmas almost. What do they do on Christmas?
Presents, yeah.
Presents. It's kind of like that. So for you, Joey, because you said you'd never heard of the Ma and Pa Kettle.
Yeah, they were new to me.
Ma and Pa Kettle Back on the Farm, which I think is the best of all of them.
Oh.
And that's for you to keep.
Right.
And then for you, Tim, I've got a movie I think you're going to enjoy. It's called Ride with the Devil. Stars Tobey Maguire and...
I don't want that. I don't have any use for it.
Here you go.
No, I don't.
I think you're going to like this one.
I don't need
Ride
that.
with the
I
Devil.
don't need-
Check that.
All right, guys, come on, guys. Jesus.
Cut.
Off my stage.
This is a cool thing that I've been getting into is movie books, which are kind of like the movie, but basically in book form. And I've been collecting those, and we're going to have a new segment.
So I
about
think
that
that's a
in the
pretty
next
good
season
example of how. Stick around.
I'm missing.
Hey guys, hey Kylie. We are here at Universal Pictures, filming location of all 8 Harry Potter movies. We've actually uncovered some information that I think all film buffs are going to be very interested in. Follow me. Recently, we uncovered some information proving that the Wizarding World of Harry Potter was built on the former filming location of the Ma and Pa Kettle movies. This is actually the location of the Ma and Pa Kettle farm. And it's interesting because there's 8 Harry Potter movies that were filmed here at Hogwarts, but there's actually 10 Ma and Pa Kettle movies, but only 8 of them were filmed here at Universal Pictures, because 2 of them, Ma and Pa Kettle in Waikiki and Ma and Pa Kettle on Vacation, were filmed elsewhere. The Waikiki one was filmed in Hawaii, and the Ma and Pa Kettle on Vacation was filmed in Paris. But this is the original location. As you can see, we used our digital compass to plot out, using the map of Universal City Studios from 1968. We were able to match this with the current map of this film studio and figure out where the Ma and Pa Kettle farm, the farmhouse seen in those 8 movies, was located. And then we were able to actually match up these trees here
which are still standing today. For Ma Pa Kettle at Home, as you can see, these 2 trees still stand today, and then the 3rd tree is in the background there. So the farmhouse would have been somewhere in between or just in front of these trees here. Obviously Hogwarts wasn't there, and this silo has been removed. This fence could have been part of the original barn, possibly, or some of the same wood, because you can see the beams of the barn are the exact same wood as in the on the current fence. So I'm guessing that Pa Kettle, if you look at this carefully, was standing right in front of tree number 2, essentially where I'm standing today.
Ma and Pa Kettle in Waikiki from 1955 was actually filmed in 1952 before Ma and Pa Kettle at Home, which came out in 1954. It's a little bit of confusion there that we are happy to sort out. Some interesting Ma and Pa Kettle facts that you won't learn anywhere else. Jim Backus, who starred in Ma and Pa Kettle Go to Town as one of the burglars, also starred in Rebel Without a Cause, starring James Dean from Decker vs. Dracula. And another interesting piece of information is that in the movie Kettles in the Ozarks, which had no Pa Kettle, Pa is referred to as Egbert, but in all the other movies, his name is Franklin.
So now that we've uncovered that this is the actual filming location of 8 Ma and Pa Kettle movies, our next mission is to pay tribute to these movies in a way that Universal Pictures has not, which is kind of a shame when you consider that Ma and Pa Kettle is the 2nd most profitable Universal franchise behind only the Harry Potter franchise. So we're going to create our own makeshift museum for kettle heads and movie buffs everywhere by placing this original Ma and Pa Kettle prop seen in Ma's kitchen in the 4th and the 6th Kettle movies, placing it amongst some original Harry Potter movie props that are on display here at Universal Pictures. And so if you ever get a chance to visit, you can see both the Potter and the Kettle props together. This is my mission.
Ma and Pa Kettle were no stranger to the Oscars. In 1949, Marjorie Main, Ma Kettle herself, was nominated for Best Supporting Actress for her role as Ma Kettle in The Egg and I. Congratulations, Marjorie.
Godzilla -1, Best Visual Effects. We're going to have a segment coming up called Movie Links. I'm a little nervous about this one. It's kind of a cool segment that I've come up with. It's actually kind of a game combined with movie information and trivia, and that's coming up. I wanted to ask the suite, because they're here. I'm not a fan of music in general, but I understand that you had some songs in some movies.
Greg, you have some segment prepared.
We're doing Movie Links, which again is, I think, going to be very popular. I think there's a twist to it that I think people are going to enjoy. So let's see Movie Links.
Okay, you have Movie Links.
Links.
Welcome to Movie Links. This is a new feature that we're pretty excited about here, where we present a series of movies, and the job of our contestant is to figure out the theme that links them all. And I've asked Kylie to be our contestant on the first episode. I also have another one of those Harry Potter frogs for
Oh, thank you.
So enjoy that. Okay, so listen to the titles of each of these movies that I hand you, and then see if you can find a common link, a movie link. Okay, first one, Love Actually. Second one, The Proposal. The third movie, The Ring. The fourth movie, The Wedding Planner. So, what is
Oh. I think I have to go. I have to get ready for the next one.
There's one more. Back to you, Tim. Rialto, California. Every street has a story, and these are just but a few on Cinema, On Location. Hey guys, this is Gregg Turkington with On Cinema, On Location in Rialto, California. Historic Rialto at the historic Rialto Clock Tower. Now, this clock tower can be seen briefly in the 1975 movie Crazy Mama, which starred Jim Backus, Cloris Leachman, and John Aprea from Godfather 2 P.S. Is also in Decker vs. Dracula with James Dean, who co-starred with Jim Backus from Rebel Without a Cause and Crazy Mama. Back to you, Tim.
Greg, do you want to talk about what you have planned? You told me you had a surprise.
Right. We'll leave you on.
Yeah, I have a segment called Dumbledore's Predictions.
What's Dumbledore? I don't know what that is. What you have to run this shit by me. I don't know what that is. Is that from the Lord of the Rings?
Harry Potter.
What?
Dumbledore is the wizard from one of the wizards from Harry Potter, and it was played by two actors that passed away. So now I'm the third Dumbledore. This segment is called Dumbledore's Predictions, and in this segment we're basically predicting the movies, or predicting what is going to happen in motion picture cinema over the next year. And then next year, if we have an Oscar special, then we would go back, rerun this, and then see if my predictions were true. So that's Dumbledore's Predictions. And here's Dumbledore's crystal ball. So I look into the crystal ball. I predict there will be an Oppenheimer sequel using the new system that I've devised. The title of that movie will be Oppenheimer 2P, because it's actually a prequel that will focus on the childhood of Oppenheimer. Dumbledore's Predictions. I predict that using AI technology, it's going to be possible to make movies where the cast is not actors, but characters. So for instance, you could have
like a Pirates of the Caribbean movie where it's James Bond playing Captain Jack Sparrow, not Sean Connery or Daniel Craig, but actually the character of James Bond would play the character of Jack Sparrow. So you'd see how that would work. And they can do that with AI, and that's going to be a treat for movie buffs. I predict some new Harry Potter movies as well, starring Dumbledore.
All right.
Okay, back to you, Tim.
All right, ladies, I want to thank somebody here.
Hey guys, I'm here with Mr. Archie Merrill, who's a good friend to the VFA and helped us with the Baboons Pet Boys movie by selling us some really great props that actually were originally from the Ma and Pa Kettle movies. You seem to have sort of a direct pipeline to the world of Ma and Pa Kettle, and then of course you've got this here amongst many other great items. Tell us about your business.
Oh, I deal in memorabilia of all kinds, posters, movies, old movies, magazines. I've got cards. I've got all kinds of things. And I've got some special props, too, from big famous movies from the 50s that you might be interested in. Mm-hmm. I have this one. This is an actual sandal from the Ten Commandments. Wow. An extra wore it, and he kept it as a souvenir, and it's extremely valuable, and I'm selling it for $6,000. You might be interested in this.
I'm absolutely interested. It's the Ten Commandments is fascinating and a very demanding role that one can just admire, and these are great, and
yes,
in the desert they must have been absolutely fantastic.
Yes, absolutely.
Oh yeah,
yes.
Sure. Just 6,000, is it?
It's
okay,
only
let me get my checkbook.
What scene was this from? That was the scene of the Exodus when they left the desert and left Egypt.
When they went to the desert, mm-hmm. and these sandals must have really gotten a lot of sand.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wish you can more see it here.
That's a good investment, because I was telling Mr. Amato that these things go up in value 10% each year. So if you buy this now, next year it becomes worth $6,600.
No, 6,000.
No, put that away. Put that away.
Why?
We don't
and these are
buy
important.
anything, okay?
But this is a good investment for Mr.
It's
Amato.
not. We're not doing anything today, okay? I don't know who we don't need this, okay? So just, I don't know what you guys discussed, but
isn't
we're not.
your
Don't
business.
sell it to
not
anyone
taking-
else. We'll talk a little.
Yeah, keep it on hold, but we're not taking it now. We don't need this.
Well, he could pay for it now, and then he could pick
He's
it up
not
later.
gonna. No, we're not doing it. We'll talk about it, okay? We'll get back to you. We'll let you know if we want to do something. It's.
Yeah, Joey, this isn't
your
your business.
It's not your business, Greg. Okay? Hey, come on.
I can't get it. Sure. I can't get it.
Okay, well, put it aside, and I'll talk to G later, and we can probably make something work.
Well, thank you for all your help. I appreciate it.
Yeah, how's business been today here?
It's been pretty good. People have come up. Some have looked at the magazines and some of the
Mhm.
posters. I've sold a few things, so it's been a pretty good day, actually.
Did you sell any lobby cards today?
I sold about 3 of them, 3 lobby cards, so I was happy about that. And I also sold some of these pictures here, some movie star pictures, so I was glad about that too.
That right there, you shouldn't be in this. You shouldn't have access to my convention, man. I don't know who gave you permission to be in this. I don't know who gave you permission.
Well, it actually makes more sense on Oscar night to have
yeah, but
Steve.
this is the guy. Did you sell him a broom?
Yeah, I bought the
No,
Mrs.
I'm not talking to you. Did you sell him a broom from Mrs. Doubtfire? You're
Yes.
a con man. That's
Yes.
who you are. I know a con man when I see one, and that's who you are. You don't have fucking brooms from movies.
What do you think happens to them? You think they just throw them away once
I
they're
don't
on
give a shit.
screen?
First of all, it's not worth
price-
the money you sell it for, and you're taking advantage of my dad, and you're taking advantage of my friend. So pack up your shit. Pack up your shit now, and I don't want you here.
Do I have to go?
No, you could stay here and everybody here, if you want to buy any movie memorabilia, original artifacts or screen scene items.
No, he's got to go.
He's got some good
that
items
guy's
here.
Go because
and
he's taking advantage of you, and you don't see it, and he's taking advantage of my dad.
Well,
So
let
pack up
let
your
them
shit.
decide. They might want to buy some stuff, and then he can go. But you let the gutter people and the insurance and all this stay here
That's
all
a
night.
legitimate operation. You're going to say that she's not a legitimate operation?
Well, it's a
This
legitimate
is
operation,
a
but so
fraud.
is this.
These are fake autographs. Is that true?
No.
Yes, they are. Look, that's not Will Smith.
Yeah, that is.
That's not Will Smith's signature. That's
Yes, it
not
is.
Paula Poundstone. That's not what I know. What Paula Poundstone's signature looks like, and that ain't it, folks.
He doesn't know what he's talking about.
So clear your shit. You're not welcome here.
On Cinema, on location.
Hey guys, welcome to On Cinema, on location. We're here in Rialto, California, above the 210 freeway, filming location for the climactic scene from the Transformers from 1997. It's on this freeway using some CGI that you see. The great battles takes place in the Transformers movies. This freeway was also seen in the movie The Hangover, as well as another comedy classic, Due Date.
All right, Mark should be in the house now. We're going to be back in the house any minute now so we can start the Oscar special. Thank you for being with us. It's very exciting to be here with you guys. And tell us a little bit about, because we're going to be in the house in a minute. Cheer up a minute, because it's Oscar night, and we're going to get in the house. So
Well, I hope.
Tell us a little bit about what to expect tonight on the big Oscar special.
Well, with the actual Oscars or on our special?
Well, why don't we start with the special, and then you can talk about the Oscars.
Well, there's a couple movies celebrating anniversaries this year that we wanted to bring to everyone's attention.
Hang on a
We have
second.
some. Whoa.
Locked on the inside.
What?
It's locked on the inside.
What do you mean it's locked on the inside?
Yeah, this is actually an interesting year for movies because I think Wicked, which a lot of people like, but I actually think it's going to win the top prize as well as some of the secondary prizes because Oscar has an Oz problem. Back in 1939, The Wizard of Oz not only didn't win, it wasn't even nominated for Best Picture. And the Oz heads have been mad about this for years. It's kind of the curse of Oz. 3 years ago, remember the Judy movie, Judy Garland?
Yeah.
That won quite a few Oscars. I think that was Oscar's attempt to make it up to the Oz heads, but that really wasn't an Oz movie in the way that Wicked is. And so I think tonight you'll find that the Wizard pay lots of attention to the man behind the curtain because he may be stuffing the ballot box for Wicked. And I think it's going to win the top prize.
All right, well, there's your big prediction for the night. And what do you have in store for us? I know you've been hard at work putting this this evening together.
We have got a finale that I think will be the most talked about finale of the year.
Okay.
Forget the real Oscars. This is the real finale, Oscars final finale. And we also are paying tribute to a couple of all-time great movies, including some special Hollywood royalty that's here with us today.
Okay.
And if you loved a certain movie that co-starred Liza Minnelli and John Gielgud about a certain British drunkard,
yeah.
I'm not going to give it away, but we may be seeing a little bit more of that gentleman tonight. So that's going to be a lot of fun as well, as it always is.
All right, and we have
if he gets here.
The first time
because
I think
he's probably, if he pulls up and sees what's going on, he may. Oh, and also the Polar Express. It's the 20th anniversary of Polar Express.
20th anniversary of Polar Express was last year, you said.
The 20th fell in December, but when you have an anniversary, it goes from the date of the anniversary 365 days following.
Okay.
So it's still technically within the anniversary year of Polar Express, which was released in December of 2004. And also Mark he's going to be doing some impressions from the movie of some of his favorite Tom Hanks characters.
All right, well, what are your thoughts on the new host of the Oscars, Conan O'Brien?
I think the Oscars should always have a host who is in movies, actually in movies. So you don't need a TV person to host a movie show. It's just my opinion. That's why when Bob Hope hosted it, he made a lot of movies, the road movies with Bing Crosby, and that made a lot of sense. It doesn't make sense to have Conan, who as far as I know has never even been in a movie.
Mark.
No.
Mark.
These all need to go up in the attic.
Okay, let me bring the bags in.
Okay, I'm going.
Why are you putting them in the attic? That's where we're doing
The popcorn room is full.
What's that?
The popcorn room is full, so we need to hang these in the attic. Oh, there's one more. Mark.
Tim, where do you want this?
All right, why don't we do this? We're going to need a couple of minutes. We have so much in store for today. Obviously, the big world premiere of the new movie that I've made, and you're going to be so happy with it.
And this is the first time in motion picture history that a movie has premiered during the Oscars. It's also the first time that a movie has premiered in the house that it was filmed in on Oscar night.
Well, you're going to love it, and I think everyone's going to be really impressed with how it turned out, but no spoilers. That's
Especially the zombie heads, because Zombie 2 came out in 1979. This is one of the biggest gaps between the original and the sequel, Zombie 2 too.
I wanted to ask you quickly your quick thoughts on the Oscars this year, the movies, and I know you talked a bit about Oz, but what's your general take on this year and who you're looking, who are the front runners, and how optimistic you are on how great a night it's going to be for Oscar?
One interesting thing, you know, every year I come out and give my predictions, and I'm usually right. And I've often said that the Oscars make their decisions a lot based on running times. That's always been very important to them. This year, I'm proven right because of the 9 movies that are nominated for Best Picture. Every single one of them is 120 minutes or longer.
Oh, well, okay.
They range from 120 to 202 minutes. Now, here's the interesting thing. If you take the halfway point between 120 and 202, it's 161. Guess what the running time of Wicked was? 161.
161. Okay.
So I think that's another reason it's going to win, because it is almost the average of all the running times combined and then divided by 9.
Okay, well, that's fascinating. We'll see if you prove to be right. Only a matter of time until we find out exactly who the winner is.
Well, we already found out. It's Wicked. And I stake my reputation on it.
All right, well,
and
speaking of reputation...
Kieran Culkin will win also, because this is the 30th anniversary of Father of the Bride 2. And that was one of his first movies, and they didn't give him an Oscar then. And sometimes Oscar makes up for past mistakes, as we've discussed.
There he is on the cover with Steve Martin and Diane Keaton. You can look at that. I don't know if you guys can see that poster here. You offered this. You're going to unlock a popcorn classic that you've never unlocked before, which I believe is Forrest Gump. Very exciting.
Well, don't give it away.
I believe we have an interesting segment from you regarding speaking of movie houses. Do you want to tell us a little bit about your plan with
well, we have if you're a people under the house head, which a lot of people have become watching this show, kind of the ultimate interesting thing that could happen would be a tour of Movie House from one of the stars of People Under the Stairs, who would then show us some of the spots where the things were filmed and that type of thing. So we've got that coming up.
That's very exciting. One of the stars of People Under the Stairs. One of the
stars of People Under the Stairs.
One of the stars of the People Under the Stairs is...
People Under the Stars would be a cool movie too, though.
Hey guys, we're here at the world famous Movie House from Father of the Bride Part 2 as we celebrate the 30th anniversary of one of the all-time great comedies. It's also a drama, and it's also a family movie with some somber elements as well, but basically it is a comedy. Father of the Bride Part 2. This is the very house where Steve Martin, Diane Keaton, and Academy Award nominated Kieran Culkin, and also Martin Short, one of the all-time great movie weddings. Father of the Bride Part 2, celebrating its 30th anniversary. Congratulations to the movie, and we've actually got an award that's going to this movie now from the VFA and our expert team. This is a certificate stating that the movie Father of the Bride Part 2, the Father of the Bride House, is now entered in the Movie House Hall of Fame. So congratulations to the entire team.
Congratulations to all concerned from The Father of the Bride, Part 2.
Go ahead.
Piece of news. I'm 1 for 1 tonight because it was just announced that Kieran Culkin, who I just predicted would win, well, he did win. So I have more predictions coming up, and we'll see if we can stick to that 1,000% accuracy rate,
All right,
which I'm confident I will.
And congratulations to what's his name? Culkin. Matt?
Macaulay Culkin's little brother.
Oh, okay. We're going to be introducing our first guest of the evening. We have a very exciting opportunity here because this gentleman actually appeared in the movie People Under the Stars.
And also in some other movies, including The Mask.
Okay.
And?
I don't know.
Herbie, Fully Loaded.
Okay. Let's bring him here. Let's welcome to Movie House, Eric Roberts.
No, Jeremy Roberts. I just wanted to say it must be very interesting to come back to this house where you spent so much time when they made the movie and see how it's changed, see how it's the same. And of course, the famous stairs here, which are featured so heavily in the movie, it must be cool to walk down those stairs again after so many years.
Well, I never really came in the house, so this is kind of exciting for me to see it for the first time.
But when they were filming, you were in the house quite a bit.
No, they shot it at Raleigh Studios in Hollywood.
No. No, it's clear if you watch the movie was shot in this house.
I think they shot maybe the exteriors out here.
I'm sorry. No, we had, a couple of days later, we went to the Raleigh Studios and we did all the gunshots and all that. They ate my hand there.
Those were like the reshoots and stuff, but the bulk of the movie was shot
Doesn't sound like
right
it,
here.
according to him.
No. I think it was just my door scene. I'm not really sure. I open the door and then I go into the studio in Raleigh.
But
so it's
that
exciting.
would have been, well, that was your scene, but the most of the movie would have been shot here because if you watch the movie, you recognize the stairs.
No, I don't think so.
Okay, well.
But.
Well, I'm pretty sure that's.
It doesn't matter.
Well, it does matter because that's why we rent. Because I was trying to get the Father of the Bride house originally for us to work out of, and then I don't know what happened. They rented it to somebody else or something.
I guess a lot of movies.
The Father of the Bride.
Good news is the movie that I've made is actually shot in the house, so you'll get a chance to see this movie this house in a movie at some point today.
Well, you can also see it if you watch People Under the Stairs, but a lot of times actors such as yourself make movies and then you don't end up watching them, so you wouldn't have noticed that most of the movie was shot here.
Oh, well, I don't watch myself.
Well, that's why
maybe I missed it.
You wouldn't have the expertise to make that judgment about where it was filmed. I just wonder, how many movies have you made since People Under the Stairs?
Oh, I don't know. Movies and TV, maybe 100 or so.
So it would be easy to forget some of the details, I think, after that many years, because if you watch the movie, you would see that it was filmed here.
I was told there'd be more cast members.
Am I just finding out that you haven't swept one piece of fucking burger?
Well, if they were, they would just back up what I was saying.
We didn't shoot it there. We didn't shoot it here at all.
No, that's not what it looks like.
Slept.
No, it's not uncommon.
Are they
to
coming
use the
back
outside
there?
of it and then just go
No,
to
when
the
you're
studio.
looking at the movie,
We're shooting here, so obviously it can be done.
Fix it.
They probably shot the basement in the basement here. It looks identical to what it does in the movies.
Oh.
Just
all right, we got some big news. Sorry, everybody.
Else, but the rest of the movie, I don't
You can imagine things are kind of all over the place here.
No.
Where's my camera? Hi, everybody. We're going to be checking in with our red carpet right now.
Like this, and
my special entertainment correspondent, Tony Newman, is speaking with one of the stars of my new movie, which will be premiering later tonight.
Hey, guys. It's Movie House time. This is actually, in addition to being Oscar night, it is the soft launch of the Movie House theme park. And we're going to be showing you a lot of the great exhibits and attractions
and features throughout the evening. Let's see right now one of our museum rooms. We have quite a few museum rooms. This is the Movie House Museum Room that features an exhibit on legendary movie houses.
Some crackers over here, guys. If you like. This is, stand by me. Got the mailbox.
Well, it's so nice to see you, Greg. You really look so nice. You brought your best outfit and your popcorn.
But you recognize this outfit?
I do not.
You haven't seen this before?
Remind me.
Father of the Bride 2 with Steve Martin. This was his outfit in Father of the Bride 2.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Because Father of the Bride 2 just won an award from the Movie House Hall of Fame. It's a historic house because it's in both of the Father of the Bride movies, and it's the 30th anniversary of Father of the Bride 2. So,
wow,
this is basically an accurate reproduction of the Father of the Bride 2 suit that Steve Martin wore.
Well, that's really interesting information. Thanks for sharing that.
Hey guys, welcome to Expert Investigations, the new movie that uses expertise to investigate scandals of interest to film buffs everywhere. Videotapes have been the most reliable format for the preservation of motion picture cinema since they were first introduced in 1971. The earliest tapes still play fine, while many DVDs from as recent as 2 or 3 years ago have stopped working, not to mention all the problems people have with the players themselves. VHS tapes are an affordable way to build up a great collection, and many buffs aspire to having a collection as large as the one at the world-famous Victorville Film Archive. Yet sadly, Expert Investigations has uncovered dozens of new businesses springing up that threaten the preservation of countless popcorn classics. Tape shredding. Why do these companies do it? Expert Investigations finds out.
Secure Media Shredding, this is Irina.
Hi, this is the Victorville Film Archive. We're calling because we're concerned about VHS tape shredding that's been going on at your facility, and had an idea for a solution to the problem, which is that we would take the tapes off of your hands for free, and then we will be the ones to erase them by taping over the tapes with movies that we add to our archive. Because if you tape over the previous contents of a tape with a movie, it erases it just as securely as shredding does.
I don't understand what you're asking.
Well, what I'm saying is, can we have the tapes that you're going to shred so that we can save them and use them for our award-winning archive after we've taped movies like On Golden Pond or just different basic classic cinema that would be taped onto the tape, so it's actually helping.
No, I'm sorry, sir. Anything that's brought in to be shredded is the property of our clients, and just for security reasons, we can't allow a third party to access those items.
Well, taping them is just as secure as taping over.
No, it's actually not.
Well, what we could do is actually use a spare room on your premises and do the dubbing in person. That way you still have...
I'm sorry, sir. I'm going to have to hang up now.
This battle is not over yet. Like any great movie, there will be a sequel. And in our sequel, the good guys win. For Expert Investigations, this is Gregg Turkington. Hey guys, welcome to the world's first game show that's also a movie. It's called Runtime Relay, and it's one of the new innovations here at Movie House. We're going to be broadcasting this game show movie once a week from Movie House once we get things in full swing. Today we have 2 contestants who are going to be competing to get the correct runtimes on the correct movies. Let's bring out our volunteer contestants, Tony Newman from Movie House.
Hi, Greg.
Hi, thanks for doing this.
And another choice.
Maxine wouldn't do it. And Jeremy Roberts from The People Under the Stairs. Congratulations. So I'm sure both of you are familiar with the concept of running times for movies. This is a list of some various running times that you may have encountered if you're a movie buff like myself.
Did you know that I was in a movie called Running Time? Bruce Campbell and myself.
I don't think there's a movie called Running Time.
Yeah, I was in it.
No. If there was one like that, I would have heard about it.
Had Bill Davis from Abbott Elementary.
Well, I think it probably had a different title than Running Time, because I would have heard about it because Abbott Elementary. Abbott Elementary is a TV show. That's not a movie.
Right. He was in it like 20 years ago or so.
If you were in a movie called Running Time, what was the running time of that movie?
It was the one take, about 65 minutes, I think.
Well, that's not a movie then, because movies would be in the 100-minute range, as you can see from the running times we have here. So.
Greg's telling me that it was 10 years ago that, or 20 years ago, that the Santa Claus the movie came out, and we're gonna see, we're gonna be honoring that movie now, for whatever reason.
Hey guys. Hey.
Good to see you. I was just making myself some of this great Charlie's chili here.
We're going in here.
Hey, Greg, what are you dressed up like Santa Claus for? You know, this is the middle of March, you know.
Hey guys. 2025 marks the anniversary of two classic movies that people can enjoy any time of year. Just as you could watch Jaws on Christmas Day, you can watch a Christmas movie during summertime. 1995 was the year that The Santa Claus was released. It's celebrating its 30th birthday this year. And 1985 marks the release of Santa Claus the movie, celebrating its 40th birthday this year. Joe.
Hey, Greg, good to see you. I was just having some of that good Charlie's chili.
Yeah.
Hey, what are you dressed up like Santa Claus for? I mean, you know, this is the middle of March.
Santa Claus the movie.
Oh, you mean Santa Claus the movie, the one with Dudley Moore?
Did somebody mention my name?
Mr. Dudley Moore, star of Santa Claus the movie. In 1985, starring Dudley Moore and John Lithgow.
John Lithgow. Yeah, John Lithgow. Yeah, we called him Bigfoot. He was in Harry Potter.
Yes, he was.
Yeah.
But he was on the Harry Potter TV show, and that doesn't count. So. But what movies was he in?
He was in Third Rock from the Sun, executive producer.
That's also a TV show. So.
Okay. He was the bear in The Revenant. No, he was in. I got it, Arthur.
No, that's your movie.
Yeah. So it is. You know, I think I'll have a drink to that.
Producing it was that it
What?
was going to be the Zombie 2 sequel, and then when I watched
We're on the air. I don't
movie.
care what you have to say about that movie, because everybody in that room thought it was a great movie.
Well,
and
when you walked out of the room, they said they didn't like it, and I liked it. It just wasn't Zombie 2.
So
I liked
nobody
it.
wanted Zombie 2.
It's just, well, yeah,
but
people
this
did
clears,
want Zombie 2.
This clears. This is an important movie, and
no one's ever going to see it again. But I do think it was a good movie. It's just not long enough. 18 minutes is not.
The good news is
it's not a standard running time.
The good news is we've.